Hello everyone. I'm eating a sandwich. It is a sugary butter bread sandwich. It is very delicious. I have coffee, which is nice. I'm actually on time for once as well, which is new. Did I spell Dan? I did spell Dankovsky right. I Whenever I tag my posts on Tumblr, I have a knack. I I do this thing where I type and I'll mix up letters. I'm like 90% sure I'm not dyslexic because I can read fine. But when I'm typing, it's just like, oh, just mix up the letters, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Makes tagging a nightmare though. You spell one tag wrong once on Tumblr, and that's the only tag it will give you for the rest of your life. But there we go. It is what it is. I'm gonna try not to let my chewing noises get picked up by the microphone, because no one wants to hear that. But... oh, I forgot to move my beardo tube thing. Or is it? Uh-oh. It has stopped responding. I'm frozen in time. Oh, we've moved it. Okay, there we go. I moved it off my main screen now. So now it's behind OBS. I hate that it does that as a program. Like, whatever it's behind, you'll still, like, get the overlay show up if you mouse over it at any point. Really annoying. But we are going to get straight into the marble nest. I know, apart from a day in the life of Dankovsky, and the fact that maybe Artemy has died at some point, I actually know nothing about the marble nest, and how it works, and how it relates to anything. So this will be new and exciting. I'm excited for this. This is going to be good. You are Daniil Dankovsky, a Bachelor of Medicine and Fighter of Death. You have one last chance to figure out the truth. I know in the alpha version of this game, there is, or at the alpha version of the Marble Nest. Oh boy. Dankovsky, you doing okay, bud? He's not okay. He has a heart on him. He's wearing an executor cloak. Good morning. Or afternoon for me, but good morning to you, Irinoa. Jesus Christ, man. Oh dear. He's having a bad time right now. We've just come in and it's like, well, this man is absolutely, like, destroyed. I have a heart. So that's the same. Often used as an offering to the dead, milk serves as a reminder that all that is born must come to an end. It's so popular in the town that cream separators can be found even in households that seem to have nothing to do with the local bull project. He look like, I bet he looks great in this outfit. Traces of the epidemic are omnipresent. Wish I could take this and sleep, but that's not an option right now. Alright. So, I'm pretty sure these are all actually different. Imagine being lactose intolerant. You'd just be screwed. You wouldn't be able to do anything. No, they don't have cheese. Where's the cheese? So I only have my things, I don't have any thoughts. Why are you outside? Oh.
Can you smell yesterday? I can.
People to look, yeah. You just can't have an allergy in this town. At all. Right, yeah, celiac. Especially in like a country like Russia where it's very cold, so you want the gluten, the gluten will be higher so that the plants can survive. You are a brave man, Doctor. I'm glad to see you finally mustered up the courage to do it, meaning it's probably time to say goodbye, right? That's rather unkind of you. My courage never faltered in the first place. Time to say goodbye? Why so soon? How am I brave? Well, you are going to die now. Death is awaiting you downstairs by the exit. I wonder if you'll manage to give it the proper answer this time. I'm a doctor. I've been fighting death my whole life, and I usually succeed. I don't know. What is proper when dealing with death? Punching its sorry bony face seems like the best option. Damn! My man's gonna go and fight the Grim Reaper old fisticuff style. You understand the nature of death wrong, or even using the very word wrong. You people are bad at dying. I understand the nature of death wrong. I'll have you know that I'm a thanatologist, the one of the best in the world at that. Very few people in this Valley of Tears know more about death than I do. You're claiming to be non-human, I get... God, the difference between these two fucking responses is immense. You're claiming to be non-human, I gather. How many times do I have to repeat myself? There is a staggering difference between you and me. I fear no death. You, it awaits at the exit. You'll get a chance to take a look at it, touch it even, and then you will cease to be, I suppose. Seeing and even touching death is my job. I'm used to it, and habits desensitize emotion. I'd rather kill it. Don't mansplain me, Aspity. Like, I like how you can choose to either talk in, like, a very... I'm going to talk so... I'm going... He really doesn't. He has no middle ground. It's either I'm going to be a pretentious asshole, or I'm going to get right down to it and just say it how it is. I'm going to beat death to death. You are a great doctor, there's no denying that. A skilled fighter of death. The plague almost devoured this town, but you managed to protect the stone yard from infection, creating an impenetrable citadel there. But take a peek outside and you'll see that people are still dying. Why do you reckon that is? My plans were disrupted by a freak accident. If only I could relive this bloody day. What are you driving at? I can still fix it. You made a mistake, fought the wrong enemy. What do I have to do to get through to you? You want to exterminate death, yet you drag it behind you like a tethered bull. That's just not the right way. Are you suggesting I choose a more manageable foe? No, this is not my style. I'm tired of your step poetry. Let me through, please. Yes, I want to exterminate death, and I'll do just that, rest assured. What does that mean, Dankovsky? What are you on about? I'm tired of your step poetry. Let me through, please. Farewell, Doctor. You are a good man, but your eyes were stitched shut. Go down now. Death is getting restless. Evil Saturday, foul Saturday. Any Saturday is followed by a Sunday. It's not over yet. I can turn it good still. Let it wait. I'm in no hurry. Where am I right now? I can't access a map. Oh, hey. There's a bull in the house. Asperty, are you aware that there is a bull in the house? I cannot interact with the bull. I do like how when you're in... Can't ruin his brand now, you have to understand. I like how, when you're near, like, one of the bulls, you can just... I don't know if, like, you can hear it, but I can hear, like, a very low, deep breathing that's like an animal breathing through its nose. It's cold. It reflects light at odd angles, making its true size difficult to discern. Wait, what does that mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean its true size? Are you not holding the key in your hands? So am I just in a random house then? I have to assume I am. That doesn't sound great. Done. I took them all away. Can't do no more. Took whom away? Everyone. What about you? How are you feeling? I'm dead tired, Doctor. I haven't had a decent sleep for 2 days now. Any more assignments? We're goners anyway, no chance to break out of here. We did all we could, but this seems to be it. Orderly number 12 going off duty. Take a break, number 12. You are released from duty. Just one more thing, Doc. Reckon there's still hope? This epidemic destroyed 8,000 people in a week. Do you really have to ask? Damn, alright. There were 13 districts in your town. Miraculously, I managed to save 2. Dozens of refugees are sheltered here. There will be survivors. Did you take the sick to the side room, you nitwit? It has no proper conditions. It's too small. Also, this dude's tall. Like, I know Dankovsky's only a little bit shorter than, Oh. This is horrifying. Well, we're shutting that door. Oh. And he's dead now. Recently stopped, so the original owner has most likely died. I tell you what I am interested in. I am interested the most, actually, in when playing the other 2 characters' routes, how the item descriptions will change for them. Because this one is definitely different. It's not much different, but I'm pretty sure this is a different description for what it is. I think this is still the same. Wait, Kyogi is twice as young as his twin brother? Okay. Also, you're right, Dankovsky is 2 feet tall. Everything's done. I'm a bit sleepy, though. Sorry about that. Should we proceed with the treatment, Doctor? What treatment? Who are we going to treat? Where is everyone? What's done? I thought you were dead. What treatment? Who are we going to treat? Don't give me that look, Doctor, and don't blame yourself. I think I know why we ended up like this. Your attention must have slipped today. You didn't put all the pieces together, failed to assemble the puzzle. You're raving and not making too much sense. You need to have some rest. If you're not squeamish, you can take any bed. With condescension, perhaps you can also enlighten me as to where the source of the outbreak was. God, dude, chill out. You told us yourself, don't you remember? Everything that transpired did so for a very good reason. The puzzle was almost solved, but some pieces must have slipped. Me? I don't even know what events you were referring to. It was your day after all, not mine. Evil Saturday, foul Saturday. Puzzle is not a word I would use. I'm glad you're feeling better, Dora. Now get some rest. A shame I can't live through it all again. I'd managed to uncover the pattern connecting all the facts, but oh well. Ah, what a shame you can't live through it all again. Truly. He is really defensive, isn't he? Don't you know I'm a thanatologist? Don't you know who I am? I'm gonna guess there's probably, like, nothing here, really. Marat Ranin. Also, these characters actually have names. Ah, so it's true. You've given up? You've resigned? You're giving up? You've given up. Not you are giving up. Resigned to die? Thrown in the towel? The great bachelor Dankovsky, a celebrity thanatologist, the scientist who is claimed to have defeated death itself. Utterly failed, haven't you? Stop it with the shouting. I did my best. What makes you think I've resigned to die? I trusted you. We all did. For as long as you lived, so did we. I know it firsthand, and now you've decided you've had enough and marched into the grave meekly, like a lamb to the slaughter. It must feel nice to find an easy way out. Stop it with the foam at the mouth, or do I need to teach you good composure? Is now the time, really? The easy way is shifting all responsibility from your dumb heads onto my shoulders. It's all just slipped through your fingers. The disease infiltrated the stone yard today, but you didn't notice. Your type would never go through a back alley. Your routes are always the same. From the main street to the main square and back. Perhaps you weren't really looking. Perhaps you're in league with it. The epidemic began the day you arrived in the town. I wonder if that's a coincidence. Post hoc non propter hoc, as they used to say. I'm not sure what that means. Get a grip. You're a quitter and a disgrace. Oh, okay, Jesus, okay, we're going for this, are we? Alright. Damn. Okay. I can't pull out my fists. Okay, not to take away from the moment, but he has some really nice boots. Does he not? Everyone in this town has nice shoes. Is the... I can't go back. Oh, why are you here? You... Damn, you are really tall. This is it, Doctor. You fought valiantly, but you've lost. A foe like me is no match for men, and you are no exception. So, are you ready to die? Hook me up with your cobbler, dead man. No, that is not what I intend to do. So you didn't understand anything, stubborn man. You've done more than is humanly possible. You've cordoned off the safe part of the town, but it was all in vain. I'm here already. I don't believe you. This is all a dream, a nightmare. A prophetic dream, bachelor, such is the nature of the plague. The town seems clean and calm in the morning, but somewhere in the depths of a nondescript house a carrier is already lurking. Come noon, fleas appear in hordes, transmitting the sickness. So do rats. By the evening, the whole town is in agony. So you've seen this many times already. So are you ready to die? No, don't even try. Soon I'll wake up and you'll be gone. If what you're saying is true, then yes, I am. No, you may not see me at once, but that doesn't mean I won't be there. I'm telling you, I'm already in this part of the town. Please understand that resistance is pointless. You need to come to terms with my existence and accept me, like you accept the law of gravity. I am Earth. We are of the same nature. Are you ready to die, Bachelor? No, fighting death is my job. Well, premonitus premonitus. If you've infiltrated the stone yard already, all I need to do is find you. As you wish, in that case, go and see for yourself. Begone, plague, out of my way. Well, this is simply just a terrible time. This is Dankovsky's no good bad day.
Hoy. Half a man, half a boy.
Okay, but what if Sticky was just standing over you, and then he just fucking slapped Dankovsky across the face? Because I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting that to happen. Wake the fuck up, Doctor! Don't touch that man, you don't know where it's been. Doctor, wake up. A bad thing happened. What thing? No, the infection. It's found its way here. Its carrier must be around, perhaps walking the streets right now. Blackie's old man is ill, but it's not plague. I mean, not the sand thing. Will you cure him, and not send beakheads after him? The dream comes true. Who is this Blackie person? We'll see about that. Where is he? Whether it's the sand thing or not is for me to decide, but well done, lad, waking me up immediately. An hour of hesitation could have cost us the town's life. Also, the judge was here, demanded you be woken up. I stopped him. Didn't like the old geezer looked at us. Didn't like how the old geezer looked at us. Nuts is how he looked, hands shaking and all. What do you mean, stopped him? What if it was important? Are you out of your mind, lad? Do you appreciate what's at stake here? Really? Sounds odd. Alright. I'll deal with your Blackie first and then pay a visit to the Crucible. He looked completely nuts, I'm telling you, and you look dead tired. The judge was here an hour ago or so anyway. Must be at his place now. It's next door. Alright, an hour is not much. I'll look into it. He's so tall! Wait, hang on. No, wait. Hang on. Hang on. I need to find... I need to find the height chart for them all. Am I? No, he's like almost eye height. Unless, like, I am just crouched right now. I still have the pocket watch. Like, he almost comes up to my eyes. So I like how he goes back into, like, a neutral pose when I go into the inventory. I need to know how tall Sticky is specifically. Path 2 heights. So, okay, so, fuck. Artemy is 6'3". Well, 6'4" if you count it from, like, the top of his hair, specifically. Ruben is 6'6", damn, he's a tall lad. The Bachelor is 6'1". His hair has a whole inch. Sticky is 5'7". This lad is almost 6 foot tall. So, like, yeah, I can kind of see how, like, he is a little bit, maybe a little bit closer, but, like, damn, those, like, what, 2 inches? 3 inches for the Harris specs really makes a difference, apparently. Oh, look at that. Toast. Also, that bed is very small. I have to assume that Dankovsky was sleeping on this bed in the fetal position. So what day is it? It's day 10 still, but earlier in the day.
They can't touch our tower. I don't care if the grass doesn't grow, so long as the tower survives.
Okay, that's not concerning at all. What is the deal with that wardrobe? I don't like that. Wow, absolutely nothing. I haven't even looked at the map yet. Just like I need to rifle through the closets. Dankovsky doesn't even have hands. He can't even raise his fists. Okay, so I'm in a random house up here. Neck 3. There is a sick person in neck 1. Who's alive and who's dead? Oh shit, it's Saturday! You missed the lady in the classic menu? It's Saturday. There is a sick person in Neck 1. The sand plague has infiltrated the town. The source or the carrier must be around, but where? Judge paid me a visit this night while I was still asleep. Oh yeah, Artemis dead. Queens, pieces, and pawns. See, that I like. That I find, like, interesting. Just, like, the differences between how they view different stuff. Oyen is dead. Lara and Grace are dead. Damn, so many people are dead. Why is Anna considered a pawn? I don't know. Because, like, I knew that, like, Artemis was dead in this, but I don't know why or what from. Though, that adds, like, an extra, like, an interesting, like, layer to this. Also, something that I think is interesting as well, Mark does not appear in Artemis' people list until, like, I think, like, the very last day. He's not in the list at all. There is, like, nothing to do, because I don't think you can ever actually find him, because he's not in the theatre. He's only in the theatre when it's the pantomime. Or performance, even, not pantomime. Whatever. So it's interesting that, like, he's in the list for The Bachelor. Also, in Artemis' list, because Isidore is, like, the blood, I think. But I swear in that, I might just be misremembering, I swear in that, you don't see his face, you see the back of his head. Like, I might be completely misremembering that, but I swear that's the case. And Block is dead as well. How is Block dead? There's such, like, a difference in like everything that's going on. Why are you here? Gregory Gorky, number 6. Ah, it's Gregory, my boy. Here to report to you, Doctor. Well, generally the coast is clear, sir. No signs of the plague. I'd say you've won. Congratulations are in order. As for us, we are leaving this part of the town. Our place is across the river. Still work to be done there. You're leaving nowhere. It's quite the opposite, actually. You're staying here to comb every suspicious nook and cranny. We've missed something. I know it. The state of the coast is mine to evaluate, and my information differs from yours. How many of you are here in the stone yard? 36? I need every commanding orderly to report to me stat. You have half an hour. But most orderlies have gone for good, some of them gone home even. Come now, Doctor, your work is done. Take a look at yourself. I've seen happier corpses. You're overworked and deserve a rest. A good, long, peaceful rest. So the orderlies have deserted, and yet you have the gall to claim that everything is alright. There's no rest for the wicked. I never dismissed the orderlies, so why are they gone? Do my words mean nothing? There's simply nothing left to do. The coast is clear. There are several orderlies who have not abandoned their duties. They are probably still out there guarding suspicious spots. They insist on staying unless you withdraw the orders personally, Doctor. Bootlickers, if you ask me. Subservient show-offs. Let them stay there. Report to me when I find them. Then I'll check the suspicious spots myself. The rest of you deserve to be court-martialed. You keep that in mind, number 6. Thank God someone's heart and mind are in the right place. Why so tense, Doctor, if I may ask? Some whippersnapper just rushed past me. Was it he that disturbed you? Yes. No, it was another thing. No matter. Now off you... Now, off you go, and start with the search. If you see anything suspicious, report to me immediately. Every hour counts now. Yes. The little rascals only understand spanking, if you ask me. Gotta give them a good beating every now and then, ground them, and assume any word they utter is drivel. They're never up to any good. Lot of energy, little reason. Don't try to be clever with me, number 6. Return to your duty. The little rascals are not to blame. Irresponsible idiots like you are. They're so tall. Like, there's such a difference in height. Young crops will rise soon. Stone flowers. You are a creature of the steppe. Your camp is back behind the cathedral. Go back to your lot. Alright. You're a herb gatherer, aren't you? You Undons have a special way with grass and herbs, I know that. Are you expecting a ripe harvest here? Special harvest. Marble flowers, granite flowers. Earth is breathing. Ripe harvest on its way. Don't you have enough herbs in the steppe? Go back to where you belong. Alright, chill out. If anyone sees you, there's bound to be trouble. As far as I know, the locals aren't too fond of your kind. Not all Ordongs have left for the steppe. Most orderlies have abandoned the stone yard, few remain on duty. It wasn't the plague that took either. Currently in isolation ward for the sick and suspicious. I'm actually just gonna go through these. I never actually went into the back of the crucible. Footsteps can be heard from Victor Kine's house, even though I personally declared him clinically dead. No one's seen Maria in the upper town for 2 days. We can't find her. I wanna look at the house. The judge's word is law. Val was taken to a talk with Captain Longin soon after the army arrived. A new pantomime is being rehearsed at the theatre. At night, light glimmers in the windows of this house. The station. No one will leave this place. Blocked by the army. Olgimsky's heir works for the committee so much that I barely see him. Any soldier's mask may hide Stark Rubin's face. Bad grief, a local thief used to hide here, but no one but one can't steal themselves from death. I swear these are called different, like the lump is still the same, obviously, but like I swear, like I don't think it was called Dilapidated Shack. I don't remember like some of these. Local urchins used to gather here. We managed to disperse them, but not save them. If only I knew where he'd made that panacea of his. An underage girl used to be in charge of the funerals. Small wonder everything went to hell. As far as I understand, the bulls are slaughtered here. Tyre's dead as well. Oh, I also found out as well that it's not Tyre Tai-Cheek, it's more Ticheek, actually. From a post I saw. Talking about the language in the game. The termitory is blocked from the inside. No one knows what happened here. Architect Peter Stamerton survives as long as the polyhedron, the paramount of his creation, survives. Isidore Burak's house. It all began here. A singer named Anna Angel lives here. I'm positive she still does. Stark Rubin, one of the few local doctors, used to live here. Now he sleeps in the army train. Remember bricked windows and the description? Architect Andrei Stamerton is dead for as long as his brother is. Yeah, it's more of an English thing, because I do think there are like certain words that have like ty in them that are pronounced as like t. Yeah, like because like it's Olgimpski, but Olgimpskaya if it has the if it's the if it has the vowel on the end, the feminine form. Sky is skiing. English is a nightmare, frankly. We have too many variations in different words and it's stressful. I don't blame anybody for not wanting to learn English. Governor Sabarov went down with his town. Someone convinced Katerina Sabarova, that a local ruler, that she must save the town. She promptly went across the river and we had already evacuated her too. Clara the Changeling insists that Julia is beyond the threat of the plague, being the only person to understand the true logic of what's unfolding. Utter drivel. General Block's headquarters used to be here. The home for the living is now deceased. This house looks as though no one's ever lived here. Before wait, that's an actual thing? The Great Vowel Shift? I've never heard of that. Fat Vlad, the ruler of the Bull Enterprise, has disappeared. People like him always have a corner to hide in. The focus. There is no death. It's not called the polyhedron in this. It's the focus. Interesting. Not entirely sure what that means for me, but at least I'm not tired. Now we burn the cathedral down, right? It's there you're heading, ain't it? To give the order? You're a fervent theomachist, I take it? No, we burn nothing down. We protect local architecture and execute arsonists. That's what we do. Got it? What is a theomachist? Theomachist. One who resists God or the gods or the divine will. Okay. I learned a new word today. Execute arsonists. Masochist for religion. I mean, I kind of thought something like that, but no, it's not. It's someone who resists God, I guess. You're a fervent theomachist, I take it? Well, I mean, you ordered everyone who so much as sniffled be dragged there, didn't you? Locked them up, let them stew, didn't you? Stands to reason, I think. The only thing left to do is burn the place down and be done with the stinking sandpest. Commendable resolve. Do your friends share these ideas? I ordered suspicious people there, not the sick. To be tended to, not locked up. And don't get me started on the rest of your ideas. Give you people an inch of rope. The folks and I saved some kerosene for you. Need it? Sorry, I have to go. Need to go to the cathedral before your kind friends show up there with kerosene. No, go home and lock yourself in. The local cathedral served as a refuge for those who showed suspicious signs. Oh, I should go to that house. Well, so this is just an average Saturday, I take it. Also, it's probably just because it's like the DLC, but Dankovsky's stamina goes down a lot slower than Artemis does.
Oh, there we go. Oh, you look great. It's not the sand pest. Don't tell him Beakheads. He'll get better, I know it. Beakheads? Is this the moniker you've given the orderlies? Don't be afraid of them. They are public servants doing a good job too. Is that your father? Stepfather, same thing. He brought me up, provided for me. When did he get sick? An hour ago or so. Dropped down and started beating and flopping like a fish, mouth open and all. I brought him water, but he couldn't tell it was me. Merely an hour? This is good news. What does that mean? The man is dead. Doesn't seem like the sand pest, but there's no harm in double checking. Better safe than sorry. The symptoms do not fit the horrible disease that exterminated 2/3 of the town's population in a week. Judging by the preliminary analysis, the man died of a massive stroke. Your father didn't die of the sand plague. False alarm. He had a stroke. Oh my god. You're fast. Not the plague. The man died of a stroke. Well, now I kind of want to see what's in it. Relieved? An ordinary stroke. Yes, not everyone dies of the sand pest. Oh no, it all begins someplace else. You've got the wrong address. Well, perhaps you could tell me the correct one? He's dead, he won't be needing those. Exactly. What are you doing here? Where is the boy? Where did you come from? Report your name, number, and assign duty, now. Ah, so you think I'm an orderly? Yes, these costumes do have their downsides. Not the best outfits if you talk to someone face to face. Fact to face. The person inside would find it difficult to prove their identity. That doesn't excuse you from being polite, especially when talking to me. Who are you then? Oh, you thought you could catch me on the first try? That's quite an ego, Doctor. Ambition seems to be your middle name. You challenge death and expect your fight to be this simple? You must be kidding. I'm almost offended. I've been fighting death for many years, and I usually succeed. Neither pox nor cholera nor sand pest kill people. All they do is reduce their lifetime. Yet the time of the world is yours to control. Who was the murderer? A sickness that let no second go to waste. Or you, who bothered not to hurry? I think it's the latter. Get lost, whoever you are. I don't want to see you ever again. It's alright. It's alright. There's still a chance to fix everything. Who are you talking to just now, Doc? You tell me. I couldn't make heads or tails of what you were saying. Hey, that is kind of how he thinks, isn't it? I'm immortal because I haven't died yet. Is this your idea of a joke? No, sir. I was ordered to come, sir. A person has died here, sir. We take our orders seriously around here, sir. Forget it. Doesn't matter. Just do your job. Are you feeling okay, Doctor, sir? You're kind of pale, dark rings under the eyes present too. You must be overworked and exhausted. Your schedule is insane. You need to have a good long sleep, sir. Very long. There's no time to rest. I'm planning to examine this whole house. Do you have a master key? I do, sir. Here it is, sir. Please kindly note how fragile it is, sir. Only good to open a couple of doors. 3, maybe. Then it breaks. Better than nothing. Hand it over. It's not a... Okay, that's not a master key, that's a lockpick. But it's not the same thing. Wait, is it... Okay, wait. It's a lockpick. It's not a master key. What are you on about? No, can I touch it, please? The locals don't bother with security much. Until recently, most doors stood wide open. Rubber tourniquets are regarded as poor quality by the townsfolk who prefer the locally made leather ones. Yeah, like, exactly. Soldier food. There's no reason to prefer it to freshly baked bread. Hey, toast is good. Okay, Dankovsky. Letting bread turn stale is frowned upon. Toast arrived to the town with soldiers' rations and remains undesirable despite being filling. It's fucking toast. Can be filled with water. I'm going to touch it. I love glass. Everything good comes in glasses. Okay. People would use any and all means to cure themselves of the disease. An ampule that once contained either life-saving or life-ending medicine. It served its purpose, whatever it was, and is now useless. Sharp objects are regarded as dangerous and thus frowned upon by the townfolk. While the Gorkon has plenty of fish, fishing is unpopular among the locals. Perhaps it has to do with the fact that hooks are sharp objects, heavily frowned upon around here. Yeah, it's not the same thing. Toast is delicious. A person is only alive for as long as they feel pain. No matter what Katerina Sabarova does, she remains alive. A basic protective item that covers the face. Common among medical personnel, this mask quickly accumulates infection and becomes a hazard itself. It also muffles speech. Still, better than nothing. Once juicy berry is now a luxurious treat with a sugary aftertaste. Yeah, exactly. Damn, you should be ashamed of yourselves for having knives. The locals refuse to eat more than a handful. Perhaps this is because raisins don't spoil, making them a valuable treat in times of famine. According to sanitary procedures, any object that bears the trace of a deceased person's blood must be burned. According to local belief, it's pointless since the blood will simply appear elsewhere. That's not wrong. Draw the short one. Okay. One must recall that which is most dear to them before the match burns out, or the whole thing won't work. Can be munched down with little effect. The kids here would sell their souls for a handful. A focus can be held by an object of any size. A polyhedron, a room, a nut. Okay. Did I touch this? The rumour that General Block, the chief commanding officer of the soldiers deployed to the town, hanged himself on a noose made of tourniquets rather than succumb to the disease is absurd and unfounded. This rubber band can't support the weight of a grown man. I like how that's your logic. You won't say a kilogram of raisins? That's a lot of raisins. I'm not a fan of raisins. I like currants. No. What is the difference? Raisins, sultanas, and currants are all dried grapes. Yeah, I like currants specifically. Not too much of a fan of sultanas, but I do like a good pack of currants. Assorted pills of unknown origin boost immunity smells suspicious. Scientifically speaking, there's no consensus on if immunity can be boosted at all. However, these pills work well. According to the box, they were manufactured more than 50 years ago. I don't think you should be eating that. If it was manufactured more than 50 years ago, I don't think that's good for your health. I'm not an expert. But, you know. A surprising find in autumn if not useless. I used to collect these as a kid. Left the collection with my father. Aww. No one knows how marbles appear in the town. No one makes or delivers them. They simply pop up here and there, on the ground, under the pillow, or right on the ground. Oh, on the floor, under the pillow, or right on the ground. Children give them names and believe they hold memories, as though they are alive. Seemingly sates thirst a bit, despite the town standing on the River Gorhon. Fresh drinking water is a rare commodity here. It just gets more medicine-y. Fresh water is brought to the town daily from a spring in the steppe and distributed among the households by water bearers. The Gorhon water has been proven to be clean, but locals refuse to drink it. You call them blonde or normal raisins? Interesting. Yes, like, because they're all... Because there's raisins which are the biggest, and then there's sultanas, which I think are white grapes, maybe? And then there's currants that are black grapes, but sultanas and currants tend to be... or currants and raisins, I think, tend to have a bit more juice in them. I know currants definitely do. They're not, like, entirely dried. Oh, I didn't look at the chalk. Would these children draw their future towns on cobblestones? Anyone who's been a student will recognize the smell anywhere. Alright, you nerd. As piercing, as a wise person's stare, can be used to pick small locks such as ones in cabinet drawers. I'm more used to syringe needles, empty inside. What does that mean? Dankovsky, you edgy bastard. I relate to a syringe because a syringe is empty, okay? Much is rent in this town. I would assume it's probably not a lot. Or you'd like to think it's not a lot. Ah, shit, that was another door. I didn't realise that would be unlocking it. That's actually slightly annoying. I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. Well, it could be worse, I guess. So can I open, like, one more door? Yeah, there we go. Why is, like, every single door in this house locked? Safety pin. Both safe and unsafe at the same time. Useful to patch up old, out-of-order dolls. Can be munched down. Little effect kids would sell their souls for a handful. Despite the lack of chestnut trees around, chestnuts are everywhere in the town. Where do they come from? Good question. I'll go down, I guess. Look at that polyhedron. So, Dankovsky, did you find that thief of yours? A thief of mine? You must have taken me for someone else. I do not number thieves and pirates among my acquaintance. What thief? This night a dishevelled man broke into Judge Kyne's house, kicked up quite a racket. He begged the judge to hide him from you, pleaded for justice. Everyone assumes he stole something from you. He asked the judge for justice? I wonder if he expects me to shoot first and ask questions later. So lovely of him to go straight to a judge for that. It's nice to see people of high moral values. I don't know, perhaps he must have had his reasons. Ah, I see. I think I know why that man was scared of me. I suspect I found what I've been looking for. I'm a doctor, not a criminal. If I caught a thief, I would most likely offer him food and shelter. Well, I respect that. Perhaps I think a visit to the judge is in order. The judge is actively sabotaging my efforts in fighting the sand pest. That's not my problem. The shop. People were evicted from 3 houses yesterday. They must have left food behind. When is it going to be distributed? Evicted? How? Why? I suspect you are mistaken. Each household was provided 3 days' worth of food for the isolation period, the bare minimum, so I very much doubt there are any eatables left anywhere. I don't know, but there may be goods inside, and those houses stand deserted anyway, so why won't they let us in? And where were the evicted people relocated, I wonder? It's not like there are spare houses in the stone yard. When we were trying to accommodate the refugees from across the river, people were packed like sardines. Some of them even had to sleep outside. Perhaps you're right. There may be food left there. I'll take a look. Which particular houses are you talking about? Who do they belong to? I don't know. Rumour has it there are soldiers standing watch by them. Even if there's no food left inside, perhaps we can at least relocate some refugees there? I mean, really, Doctor, my own house is so packed. There's no room to swing a cat, and you've forbidden them to go outside, too. I've forbidden everyone to go outside, yourself included, but my words seem to fall on deaf ears. Soldiers, huh? Well, that's reassuring at least. The last thing we need is looting. What you looking at? Move along. It's our business here, not yours. Not yours. How rude. Ungratefulness is the worst sin. Wrong. As long as I'm the only doctor in this town, everything's my business. You ordered to lock the shop yesterday, didn't you? Well, lo and behold, 'tis locked. So why did you come? An exception, are you? Locked for everyone but you big city fucker. Watch your tongue. Perhaps you need jail time to cool your head off? It hasn't been easy on you, I know. Please stay patient some more. You're playing with fire, big shot. If the shop ain't open in an hour, we'll tear it down. Excuse me? The people are starving. The children are starving. What was distributed the day before yesterday gone now. You closed everything due to the threat of the infection. The threat is no more, so open the shop back, or we will simply dismantle it. Our patience is running thin. Who told you the threat is no more? Dunno, but I know that the judge, Georgie Kyne, himself lifted the quarantine, unlocked the isolation ward, dismissed the orderlies, so let him open the shop. If he doesn't, we'll break it open. 3 huge bags of millet in there, and flour too. The people know everything. It's the empty can that makes the most noise. Rumour mongering is worse than infection. It only promotes panic. No need to badmouth him. It's not the judge who is in charge of supplies, but rather his assistants. I'll talk to them. If you don't open it, we'll get you to. You got yourself special treatment, ain't you? Don't play with fire, big shot. It's you who are playing with fire now, good lady. This house is guarded. Okay, I guess I can't really, like, interact with anything anymore there. Finally, you're here, Doctor. I just shooed a bunch of children away. They tried to sneak in. I seized lockpicks from them too. Didn't find the heart to shoot, sir. Forgive me. They're just children after all. Are you all insane? Bloody hell, I never ordered to shoot kids. Well, sir, kids often ferret about empty flats, and the owners of this house were evicted. Here, sir, the 2 lockpicks I confiscated. But they still got more. They'll never back off. I know what I'm talking about, sir. I was just like that myself. Why were the residents of the house evicted? For some reason, people from the Crucible came by, told them to vacate the premises. I don't know, sir, I was only assigned to this duty this morning. Am I dismissed, sir? Yes, go. I guess I could have got some lockpicks out of that. Oh well. So, that's it, right? We're free to go? Why are there so few of you? Where were the rest of the guards? I left 2 platoons here. I mean, the cathedral's been opened again, so everyone's gone. Ours is the only unit left. Clover is a beast when it comes to discipline and orders. Inside there are 3 dozens of people whose symptoms resembled those of the Sand Plague. What's going on? Unlocked? By whom? Look over there by the entrance, see? That's Staff Sergeant Plover. Ask him. He's the one who talked to the people in charge. Until the outbreak has been curbed, I'm the person in charge. I mean, they say the threat is no more, only across the river, but the plague is dying out there too. We managed to counterattack on it, didn't we? What counterattack, soldier? Infection isn't human. You can't shoot it. Staff Sergeant Plover, contrary to the instructions of a representative of your local authorities, Judge Georgi Kine, I kept my squad on security duty. Your orders, sir? Tell me more what happened. Yesterday the cathedral was filled to the brim with people who exhibited signs of the Sand Plague. I hope they're all still inside. Where is the judge? Are you kidding? Gone with the wind. Why are you still here then? I don't want to be court-martialed. It wasn't the judge who assigned us here, and it's frightening too, Doctor. One can't be too cautious. Scared of what? A couple of them stayed inside, the rest have scattered, but these ones must be mites, plague bearers, either dead on their feet or responsible enough not to flee. We haven't checked. You have my gratitude, Sergeant. It's a relief to see that at least one person still has a head on their shoulders. Okay. Each time I catch a glimpse of that giant clock up there, I am reminded of the fact that the cathedral is not a temple, but rather a machine. Who in the world are you? I am but a humble servant. I work here. I always have and always will be confined to this place, so don't worry about me. I won't go anywhere. Those 2 refuse to leave, which means they cling to life too much. Understandable obstinacy. This doesn't make sense. If they're sick, locking themselves in won't help. This cathedral sounds more like a cold room than a machine, a gateway to protecting one from non-existence. You're quite right. If they leave this place like those poor careless souls from before, they'll simply die. There's no doubt about it. You're either a fatalist or a fanatic. Cathedrals can't save people from plagues. Whether they can leave or not is for me to decide, and I prefer to get to that. Look up, Bachelor. Can you see the clock? Its hands are frozen. Outside, they won't live to see the evening, but in here, nothing will threaten their lives until time starts running again. If you can call this pathetic, feverish crawling inside a heartless stone belly life, that is. Drawing the perfect picture of my life in this bloody town of yours. Alright, less small talk and more examining the seekers of the life eternal. What are they called, anyway? Adam and Eve? Marat and Dora. That'll do too. Okay, interesting. Don't listen to him, he's raving, thinks he's got sand pest, but I know perfectly well it's mere consumption. Is that so? I didn't know you were a doctor too. Any suggestions in terms of treatment, dear colleague? Are you his who? And you are his who? I'd rather examine you, your arm if you please, and look at the light. For as long as we're here, we remain alive. This is what matters. Just leave us be, I suppose. Lock us in if that's what safety demands. All I want is to stay with him some more. And now let me feel your forehead, please. She's unnaturally pale and drowning in sweat, but you can see no other signs of the sand plague. The vacant look and generally unfocused appearance betray a commotion of the nerves and surpasses general anxiety. I don't know, hard to say for sure. Whatever, you may go. I see no obvious signs of infection, but have it your way. I'd rather you stayed here. That would be for the better. I know I'm sick, so I'm going to surrender myself to the soldiers. Let them execute me. It's as simple as leaving the cathedral, you know. Is that so? Well, why are you still here then? How long have you been here? Extend your arm, please. I'd like to check your pulse and look me in the eye. How long have you been here? For all eternity, it feels. I'm tired of this torture. I prefer death. I want out. You'd prefer death? Seriously? You have to be a moron to not be afraid of death, but death at least promises some semblance of hope. Here, no hope is fathomable. I don't want to spend my time imprisoned in this stone sack. Firstly, it's boring. Secondly, it hurts. I'm feverish. Isn't it the other way round? Dum spiro spero, while you're alive there is still hope, yet death is final. And delirious, you are indeed in a bad condition. Let us begin with the examination. The symptoms do remind you of the sand plague. Fever, dilated pupils, slurred speech patterns. He will not live to see this evening, but a person sick with sand plague at this stage would also have late yellowish skin colour. It's hard to say for sure. Say what you will, but it's not the sand pest. I'd say euthanasia by soldiers' bullets is inadvisable in your case. You will be escorted to my place. I'll take another look at you in the evening. I'm not going anywhere without her. Sure, the two of you may go. I don't need to examine her. The case is clear. This isn't. Your choice. That means both of you are staying. I cannot diagnose the couple in the cathedral. Pankrat Lechober Bachelor. Can't be damned to remember my number. We got two sorts of trouble here. Come to my place. That's your treatment. Yeah. Come to my place. I want to examine you. For reasons. We got two sorts of trouble there, and I don't know which is worse. Firstly, the steppe people abandoned their camp behind the cathedral yesterday. The ones who stayed are preparing a funeral of some sorts. Secondly, the judge has kindly gone off his rocker, cancels your quarantine measures, and I think he harbours an infected person too. Where is the judge? Can't be damned to remember your number. What's wrong with you, Lichabor? That's quite lackadaisical. A funeral? Who are they planning to bury? One of their lot, I suppose. Been all over the stone yard looking for you. The soldiers reminded them of their place. I'll see. I'll pay them a visit. Is the judge home? He's home in the workshop, up the stairs and to the left. And don't forget them steppe people too. Just follow the footpath by the cathedral. Go through the apple tree garden. You'll see the place. Or at least the smoke from their fires. I'll have a word with the judge first. I know where their camp is, you moron. It was I who ordered them relocated there. I see. Where's your commanding orderly? As far as I know, they were planning to throw a small party at the cape by the tombs. I'll shove this party right up there. Jesus. The orderlies are having a celebration. The judge has lost his mind, Bachelor. He denies the obvious, claims that the epidemic is still here. What? If what you're saying is true, why the bloody hell is the judge doing what he is doing? Why is he cancelling my orders? Perhaps he's not as mad as you think. I know very little. The judge is a brilliant mind. Master used to be extremely shrewd and conscientious. Help him, Doctor. Perhaps pills or leeches are in order? A bloodletting, perhaps? Quite so. I would very much enjoy offering the judge a good bloodletting now. Just let me in. The judge is seemingly the only person around who doesn't believe that the outbreak has been curbed. I am not entirely sure what the fuck is going on.
Sleep without memory is a crime. We must protect the sleepers, the dreamers. The plague threatens them most of all.
I dropped by your place at dawn, Bachelor, wanted to warn you of my plans. Your young assistant asked me not to disturb you. I judged that it was better to let you have some rest. The catastrophe has already struck, and you needed all the strength you could muster to face the trials of today. Oh, so you judged? What have you done, Georgi? I erected every possible defense so diligently, and it's all ruined now. Everything I worked to achieve. So you agree that the plague is already upon us? How do you know? There's a carrier here. Where are they? Common sense. Georgi, have you gone crazy? You are a fanatic bachelor, a crusader. Your whole life is a duel with death. I know, I've read your articles, followed your progress in the capital. For many years you've been trying to eliminate the very phenomenon of death. You continue this war of yours in this town too, but I implore you to look at this problem from a different angle. A different angle? Such as? An epidemic brings death. Let epidemiologists venerate new life forms. To me, it's a calamity, and I'm truly surprised that a ruler such as yourself doesn't share my opinion. A different angle, such as? A plague is just a type of death to you, but to me it's essentially an exam. And one must not run away from exams forever. Sooner or later, one must take them. People don't have to take exams. They don't have to do anything. Personally, I hate exams. I think they're pointless. An exam? Explain yourself. This is rather an unexpected interpretation of a catastrophe that took away half the population of your town. How about sharing your elaborate theory with the people lying in mass graves across the river? Oh wait, they won't be able to hear you. He's so sassy. I have built this town, Bachelor. It's very unusual, you have to admit. This imponderable tower is a crowning achievement, and it was I who envisioned it like this. Surely you do not allow the thought that I do not care for it? This is my life's work. There's nothing in the world more dear to me. And yet you act as though you detest it. And yet you lifted the quarantine exposing your creation. Would you put your own child on train tracks too? Just to check? Because it's not entirely impossible it wouldn't survive? Towns are like people. Some are common and plain, content with their plainness. Others try to prevail over their nature, grow, reach for the sky. So you think the epidemic is a punishment for your attempt? This is Old Testament logic. Are you playing God? Don't jump to conclusions. This isn't a punishment, this is an exam. Can't you tell the difference? An exam can be passed, and then one can move forward. And yet your town has obviously failed it. Perhaps a town can pass it, yes, but what about single individuals? The mere mortals? Are those who do not strive for godhood unworthy of living? My heart aches for them. This is dreadfully cruel, but perhaps the thing we are trying to build can only be erected with the help of those who have passed it, the exam of death, who has learned not to fight it like you do, not to deny it, but rather understand it? No, embed it into themselves. Use it. Humanity has learned to use the law of gravity, hasn't it? There is your proof. Just look out the window. There was a time when humans could not brave the sky, but that time has passed. You make a reasonable point, and it gave me an idea. Never mind, though.
You seem to have forgotten something very dear to you.
Sorry? The judge claims that death is not the end, but rather a test waiting to be passed by every person. Well, so whose voice was that? Never really looked at this statue. It's a nice statue. I like how the voice of the noise of Dankovsky is the same as the Harris specs. I wonder if that will change. So, will medicine be delivered by you now? I need spirits. Spirits to raise your spirits? No. Sanitizers cost their weight in gold now. What medicine are you talking about, old man? I don't even have the resources to properly dress a scratch. Resources are distributed by the headquarters under the judge's supervision. Haven't you been informed? So what of it? Wasn't it you who ordered the drugstore locked up? Us common folk are afraid to go there, never mind that it's on the outskirts. No meds in the headquarters, no meds in possession, and them soldier lads won't give us none. So how do we get better? Ain't God's way this. Why do you need medicine so badly? Let me look at your pupils. Come now, Doc, I'm healthy. Only asking for my fellow man. No one in this town is healthy, not in every sense of the word. Right, and to raise your spirits. The drugstore. Let's go... Let's go up here first. Mikhail Gobar. Number 2, reporting in. You know, no matter what they say, I couldn't believe you were done for, and right I was. What do you mean, done for? I've been told that you died of exhaustion. I don't remember who brought the news, but the rumour is that you burned yourself out, protected us from the plague, but at the cost of your own life. So some of the guys went to the judge for further instructions. Nothing to do here, he said. Your place is across the river. The judge cancelling my orders? What is this about? That's what I said too. None of his business, medicine. A smart man, that judge is, no arguing there. But you're the plague man. His business is power, and for the pest and other medical stuff, we are to do what you, the bachelor, have ordered, no matter if you're alive or dead. Alright, I'll deal with the judge. Now report the situation. Reporting in. The Dust District, House 1, there it is to the left, with the smoking chimney is harbouring Aspity, a local quack. There's a rumour circulating that she's not susceptible to the stand pest and can cure it too. House 2, to the right, a suspicious group of children is ogling its windows. They're probably up to no good. Tell me more. This Aspity, or Saba, is quite a character. It's plainly obvious what type she attracts. The infected types. Nimble they are, swift like mice, won't be held back by any kind of barrier. You won't be able to stop them. I mean, look, they're already crowding her place. The mob was even larger at dawn. She needs to be deported to the other side of the river immediately. I'll talk to her myself. And what's wrong with the children? The children are not getting enough spankings, that's what's wrong with them. They clearly don't give a rat's ass about the adults, and you have surely noticed. It's a clear sign. Wherever there are kids, there is trouble. It's just the games they play. Malicious games. I wouldn't be surprised to find out this whole outbreak was just a game of theirs too. Drivel. Number 2, do you really believe in magic like some sort of uneducated old wife? These are just children. Stop it with obscurantism. Indeed, I don't like the sound of it, but I'm not that fond of children in general, but I'll deal with the quack first. She needs to be taken away for everyone's good. Someone's spreading a rumour that I'm dead. Oh, I know, right? Daniel, why are you not drinking your respect women juice? Need a pint. A suspicious crowd is gathered by one of the houses in the Dusk District. I'm gonna go up here and then come back down. I like how they're all still in their garbs. They're having a party. Can't believe my eyes. Is that so? Why? Same here. What are you doing here? Why have you all abandoned your duties? According to our papers... One moment, please. I'll find the precise... Ah, here it is. After a short burst of... Gross night, cozy. After a short burst of fever, having woken up from anxious dreams, Bachelor Daniil Dankovsky passed away in his own bed. That's... okay. Yesterday after 9 o'clock as the only known victim of the sand plague. Signed by me, right? Because if it isn't, that means you're way out of line executing random orders. Since no signs of the sand plague were located in the stone yard, the orderly committee have unanimously decided to disband the medical workers' corps. The most committed orderlies went across the river to transport dead bodies. The least committed ones went home. As for us, we've stayed here to celebrate our victory. Or your victory. And drink to my memory. I'm touched, almost moved to tears. Since your untimely demise, Bachelor, Judge Georgi Kine has become our direct supervisor. He cancelled your quarantine measures, ordered a ceasefire, so to speak. Yeah, it does remind you of a certain government. I wonder who that could be. Ah, I wonder who that's for. Now listen to me. The threat is still very much present. Moreover, I'm quite positive that there is a carrier in the stone yard. Get back to work. Keep talking in this vein, and it's your demise that will be untimely. Not according to the papers, mind you. I'll shoot you with my own hand. Alright? I don't know. According to the judge's orders, there's nothing more to be done here. And in the case of Bachelor Dankovsky's death, the judge is the only person whose orders I'm supposed to follow. Here, see? I got it all in writing. Legal stuff. I love the fact that it's like... yeah, exactly. It's just like... Due to the fact that Bachelor Dankovsky is dead, and it's just like I'm literally standing right here. You are looking at me. Oh, you got it all in writing. Obviously, that means that nothing humanly possible can be done here. How silly of me. How about getting your peepers open, you cretin? Here I am alive, right in front of you. I don't know what you're talking about. I got it all in writing. Anyone can impersonate Bachelor Dankovsky. As for me, I'm standing my watch, as an official representative. The judge is unwell, he's raving. I'm telling you this as a doctor. I just paid him a visit, so get back to work at once, do the rounds and send one of your people to me as an assistant. Fine, you've convinced me. Well, since I'm dead, it's within the scope of your responsibilities to attend my place personally to oversee the funeral. Someone will have to take care of the bodies when the worst happens. Oh, no one does. It's great. Again, I wish it was voice acted. So much. He's so sarcastic. The orderlies have registered me as among the deceased. Someone will pay for this sick joke. Stop telling everyone I'm dead. Where's the... there it is. I want to hear how... I just want to hear them talk. I want to hear them speak their own voice lines. We've been told today that there are no commanders left. When General Block was killed, Longin took the lead. Now they say that Longin is also dying. All the officers are across the river, so who issues orders? Were there victims on your watch? Well, the perimeter was breached a couple of times, not as badly as the day before yesterday, but still formidable attempts. There was shooting. What else is there to say? Yeah, what else is there to say indeed? Again, like, these spelling mistakes, there's so many more of them. How many were killed? How should I know who's dead and who's wounded? Stop twisting the knife, Doctor. There was an inspection. They wrote it all down. Go bother them. I can still hear his voice. Stop telling everyone I'm dead. What inspection? Where are the inspectors? How should I know? Across the river, perhaps, or in that cathedral of yours where you gather the suspicious people. We, on the other hand, gather no one. We were ordered to shoot on sight. I ordered no such thing. It's not my cathedral, I'm not a local. Who did then? Everything that happens, Doctor, is attributed to you. Everything. Keep your watch. Someone just crying off in the distance. It's like, I can't believe Bachelor Dankovsky died of ligma. I came here before you, but you may go in first. I need to pluck up my courage. So you came for the cure? Are you sick? What's inside? Tonight, Aspati came here, Saba Utun, our mother and the mistress of dreams. And you're expecting this family reunion to go less than smoothly, right? Indeed, I dreamed of a frightening thing today. Only Aspati can tell dream truths from dream lies. So what did you dream of? Dream truths, dream lies? What are you talking about? What a curious coincidence. I also happened to dream of a rather frightening thing today. Thanks for letting me cut the queue. I will need to have a chat with this individual. My god, man. Chill the fuck out. What did you dream of? That is my business, not yours. Even if I told you, it would be pointless. You would only hear dream lies. Aspati, on the other hand, can see your dream with her own eyes, so it doesn't matter which words you use to describe it. What is this? If you tell me what you dreamed of, I'll let you have something from my pocket. I need to know. I dreamed that I would die today, and that I wouldn't be the only one. Ah, I see. Of the sand plague, I believe? No, Aspati taught us how not to fear that bogeyman. There is no sand plague. I saw death by fire. Sounds reassuring. Well, thank you. Take your time plucking up all the courage you need. You look healthy, that's a relief, but I think you'd better find a more suitable place for your future conversations with this dream teller of yours. I lost my watch. The suspicious visitors of a house in the Dusk District claim that they have come to see a dream teller.
Kharish Bekhareb Badojo Bainam.
Hello, Doctor. What did you dream of today? Who are you? I dreamed that an outbreak would happen here today. The plague itself came to me wearing an orderly's outfit and gave me time until the evening. No matter, it sounds stupid when I say it out loud. I need a dream hook. Try to remember the mood, if only for a second. This is crucial. I don't remember how she sounds in Classic. It's going well. Dankovsky is such a pretentious, sarcastic asshole. I love him. Then, in your mind's eye, imagine a single detail that seemed pivotal to you. Just don't try to invent anything new. Remember it, then I'll be able to see your dream as if it was mine. I remember you. You were there in my dream, telling me I failed to understand something. The sand plague infiltrated the stone yard. Looked very realistic, too. I confronted death like I always do. It asked me if I was ready to die. You're missing the point, Doctor, and I think you also tend to mix up death and plague, which are actually not the same. You mix up death, death, and death. Oh, 12 whole days with this man is gonna be great. I'm excited. But they are not the same. You can't even tell death from death. Not the same. How many different words did I use? 40-something, all of them meaningless. 1. Are you telling me they sounded different to you? The thing that came to you tonight was death. Not death as you thought. Aspity, please. It wants you to understand why it haunts you, and it won't take you in until you do. It's as simple as that. I see, so was I supposed to just accept everything and meekly go belly up? No, if you agree to die without understanding, you will simply cease to exist. I doubt that that would be of interest to you, and it'd definitely be pointless to your visitor, and it would never do anything unless it has a point. Death literally is the cessation of existence. I've been studying it all my life. I know what I'm talking about. This is precisely why it can't just take you in. You're blind, but you don't know the first thing about it. Death is not the end. Not at all. Would you like me to prove it to you? You're a doctor. You'd easily see through my act. Watch me die properly. When it knocks, simply open the door. Why would I be convinced by your gimmicks? It's not like you have a degree. Alright. Like hell I will. Find yourself someone more gullible. Alright, let's take a look at your proof. Oh, okay, well now I'm afraid. According to the dream teller, death can be proper or improper. She promised to teach me how to die properly.
Twire, grass, black soil, scents everywhere. The best people have. The best people are scents.
You are far from cowardly, Doctor. Mulish, though. Your head is stuffed with science, your eyes sewn shut. You will walk this path time and again, until every last bit of your resolve wears off. And who are you without it? Who would need you? Who is behind that door? Death, obviously. It's nice to see that it's so well-mannered as to knock. Well, luckily for us, it's still locked out. As for you, your place is across the river.
You never wanted to come to this wretched town.
I cannot die right now. Whatever awaits me on the other side, I simply cannot afford to take risks. The source or the carrier does not matter. What matters is discovering how to defeat the disease. How can it be done? Like, alright. Oh. Well, I have this now. Hang on. I'm gonna make a save. Can I open the door? Can I open up the door and meet my death?
To tame his insolence, Earth disgorged a monster from deep within her bowels.
Egg. Okay.
6 years ago, everything was
Girls can do
different.
this.
4 years ago, though, not so much.
See, there's nothing terrible about it. I died properly. Care to do an encore? Slowly, please. What do you mean properly? I knew why it needed to happen. Never let this understanding slip my mind, not even for a second. Concentration and the ability to clear your mind of any secondary thoughts are crucial. That's all there is to it. And why did it need to happen? This time I did it because I needed to convince you that running away from death will get you nowhere. You won't win this way, you'll only make it worse. There's no need to hurry though. Suicide only leads to void. It's not the right way to cross the threshold. How can it be worse? And if death is so painful, why hurry? Because there is fear swelling inside you, and fear won't help you understand how to die properly. Even without the understanding, you will still die, Bachelor, but it won't be a true death. To the contrary, it will be your complete, absolute end. You will simply cease to be. It's not quite as unpleasant as eternal damnation, but still, rather less than thrilling. Alright, I need to mull this whole situation over. No, I still don't believe you. This is all some kind of trick. I've seen the performance of a world-class magician in the capital. His spiel was roughly the same. Drop your weapon, stop resisting, unlock the gate and we will spare your lives. The oldest trick in the book, yet it never fails.
The picture is slowly coming together.
Is it? When one dies properly, they are greeted by something other than non-existence beyond the threshold. But how does one die properly? Well, that was a fun experience, wasn't it? I guess she's called Sabo Speen in this. She's not called Aspity. Well, have you collected them? Collected what? The nuts. You promised to get us nuts. Oh, he really does. What do you need nuts for? How many times have I told you it's none of your business? Must be 100 times or 200. I need them. Simple as that. Well, I don't. Need this fuss, I mean. Wrong, you need the keys, don't you? The keys to this house, I mean. The one where everyone's dying. But unless you bring me nuts, you'll get no lockpicks. None at all. Got it? What, people are dying inside this house? What makes you think so? I don't want to talk about it. I'm scared. Let Sleepyhead tell you. I see. Now hand over the lockpicks. Do it, or the keys, or what have you. You're frightening me. Let me say it again. We had a deal. You can go everywhere. I can't go anywhere. Thanks loads for that. Right? Why would you... That's why you get me nuts, and I give you whatever you need in exchange. Like lockpicks, handmade, rare. A super luxurious product if you ask me. What I need is for you to stop hanging around with no one overseeing you. Alright then, let's honour the deal. I'll try to bring you nuts, although it feels like no one... it feels like the one who's nuts is me. Oh, no need to be shy. You can't go anywhere? With a pocket full of rare, luxurious, handmade lockpicks? Right. Perhaps it would be safer for me to have them. Sounds like a deal. Here, have a nut. Absolutely phenomenal. Look at those lockpicks. That's a lot of lockpicks. Whoa, nut be upon ye. Those are some funky lockpicks. I like them. I can get 2. Shrew would trade nuts for lockpicks, which is the only way to get inside the suspicious house. I traded nuts to Shrew. Shrew's got the keys, not me. I don't need to go in there anyway. One can catch him from over here just fine. Catch whom? 2 solid masters are dying in there right now, Siskin and Lotman, but both have been over the river, so now they're done for. That's what you get for getting carried away. Anyway, I want to collect them into nuts. I'll listen to them before I go to sleep and they'll advise me. Collect them into nuts? How? Let me check if I got everything right. What you're saying is there are 2 infected people in that house, yes? Collected them into nuts? How? A nut is a tricky fruit. It resonates if you do everything properly. You can preserve a person inside. Got it? Talk to him after death and all, through a teeny tiny hole. If he agrees to, I mean. Would you agree? Would you love me if I were a nut? A nut is not a fruit, you blockhead. The rest sounds reasonable, though. What if he doesn't? Well, then you wait for him to get bored. It's probably super tiresome sitting inside a nut talking to no one. Eternal life must be tedious. Clearly you have a lot of experience in such matters. Yes, unless they're evolving. Get better soon, Doctor, and I'm so sorry for you. I'm fine, thank you. Your whole town, on the other hand, needs help. Direly. Oh, okay, just don't you worry, Kay. It'll be over soon. You 3 loafers need to go and find yourselves a good shelter. Aye, no point arguing with you anyway. We'll come in a sec. Just let us finish watching the important part of the action here. No sex. You're all grounded. I don't need any more bandages or lockpicks. Just leave. Just finish up whatever it is you're doing and then get off the street at once, alright? Wait, are there 3 kids, or...?
Have you seen a pale, glimmering man walking around at night?
He'd be the kind of friend that asks you if the Grink was there when it happened. So nitpick. Yeah. Do you really honestly want to die? Are you bored of us? Dead bored? No, I don't intend to die anytime soon. I see. Tell me, Doctor. Do you know where you are? Right now, I mean. In the unluckiest town on Earth. Honestly, no idea. Your town is like a maze, and I'm yet to learn to tell the districts apart. Same. Yes, I'm at a loss. Should I simply stop giving you attention, or should I spice it up with a spanking first? Chill out, man. Jesus. God, take a fucking chill pill. You are in your room right now, laying in bed, feverish. Sleepyhead and Shrew are there too. We give you water and put wet towels on your forehead, just like you told us to. It's good that you can at least hear me now. Answer even. It's lying in bed, not laying, blockhead. When this is all over, you really need to go to school. Wow. Way to, like, skip over everything. Curious, so are you telling me you didn't wake me up this morning? I did, but it was yesterday. What time is it now? I don't know, I lost my watch. It's almost midnight. You're dying. I didn't want you to die, even if you're bedridden and raving. Living is still better than dying, and you know so much interesting stuff, too. Dankovsky, you are bedridden, dying of plague. He's just like, well, I feel fine, actually. What the fuck are you on about? I think the game would be significantly improved if all of the healers could swear. Then keep giving me water and doing the wet towel thing, and thank you for taking good care of me.
There are logical discrepancies in the world.
This joint won't break. It's made of metal.
You must feel terrible, right? That's fine. I forgive you. You're just confused. Adults always do. Oh yes, adults are always occupied with the most asinine nonsense, like feeling anxious that a bunch of urchins keep roaming the streets putting themselves in mortal danger. Oh yeah, Artemis does swear, you're right. But, like, more. You know, what if, like, you got punched and Artemis just said fuck aloud? I think they need to, like, do more, you know? Fuck. Damn it. Yes, Doctor, I know you're worried about the sand pest, but we're safe. No, really, we are, so calm down, it's alright. Go home, all three of you. Don't you need lockpicks anymore? Good, I agree that you don't. I need to make sure you are all safe. It's called being responsible. Another boring thing that adults do. He's gone. He left. I want this game to be voice acted. Very badly. Oh, well that doesn't look concerning at all. This is uncomfortable, frankly.
The noon has come. The world has changed, bringing new opportunities.
And then there were three. Stay with us, Doctor. There's nothing to be afraid of. You'll see. I can't tell whose voice it is because it's too deep to be Artemis' voice. He has a much like higher voice than that, but it could be his voice. Because it's definitely not Dankovsky's voice, that's for sure. No, it does sound... You're right, actually. It does sound like his voice in Classic. Yeah. I wonder why that is. Like, maybe it is him. I thought it sounded familiar, but I wasn't sure why. Seems like I have to admit to the truthfulness of prophetic dreams now. Where and when did you get infected? Not to you, to me there is, and to all people outside. I worked so bloody hard to save the last patch of infection-free land in this damn town. Do you even realize what you've done? Why did you have to hide? We're not going anywhere. We don't need to. It's almost over. We're almost well. Of course you're not going anywhere. You're leaving this house feet first. You're lying. This is the sand pest. It's incurable. Everything's gone now. There's no fever, no pain, no fear, only elation. Look at my sister. Look how much better she feels now. She can almost keep her head up, can almost stand. I'd kill you with my own hands if I could. He doesn't have any hands. I can't raise my fists. Exactly, these are fatal symptoms. You must be thinking that you can't leave this place now, but don't let it get to you. Oh, you're dead wrong. Oh, you're dead wrong. I will leave this place and I will summon orderlies. Damn it to hell, you're right. I'm at an impasse. Do you have a gun in this house, I wonder? With 3 bullets? No, it won't solve anything. The solution is not where you think it is. The answer is not what you think it is. There's only one solution for the infected. Death. Alright, chill out. I'm almost curious now, so tell me, what is the answer then? You think that if we stay confined in this eggshell, the town will survive? Perhaps it will. Not that you'll have a chance to see it. But if you stay here with us, you will only find pointless demise. Eternal wait, for now we know that we are immortal. Are you trying to convince me that the infected became immortal? Nice try. Indeed, death may feel horrible, but it's not the end. Fear nothing and be on your way, kind doctor. Oh, you couldn't be more wrong, darling. I'm far from kind. What makes you think I'm scared? I'm satisfied. I've finally found what I've been looking for. I cannot diagnose the couple in the cathedral, but I do know they weren't the main carriers. I found infected people. Behind the locked doors of one house in Dusk District, one can hear footsteps. According to Shrew, I'm delirious, hallucinating yesterday's events, and not for the first time. My young friend plays doctor, not wanting me to abandon the game. The source or the carrier does not matter. What matters is discovering how to defeat the disease. How can it be done?
The day is over.
Death reigns here. Well, okay then.
Time to do the rounds.
Well, so yeah, that's 100% classic Artemis voice. Mikhail Goba, orderly number 2, awaiting your command, Doctor. Why did you come? Firstly, I need a team of orderlies here, stat. Board off the house. Don't let anyone out, myself included. I'm staying in there. I have likely contracted the disease. Why did you come? If I may, the infection has infiltrated the stone yard. The outbreak is gaining momentum. It's plainly obvious. You have been briefed. You know what to do. Why are you hanging around there? Burn this pungent nest. The carrier was here, right inside. You have been briefed. You know what to do. Now we need to preserve, to stand up to the plague. Perhaps someone will survive. I doubt it. Yes, even in the end there is but a single living person left. We still need to fight tooth and claw for every life. At least that's how the theory goes. The reality is much ungainlier, though. But you are still alive. I think I'm beginning to understand. I believe I have a crucial appointment this evening. I just need to survive until I can attend it. It's just vibes? Really? Are you sure? Because if it's not, whose voice is it then? Like, is it listed as a voice in, like, the cast for the Marble Nest? Because I don't know who else is, whose voice it could possibly be. Because it's not Dankovsky's voice. Nothing is over yet. This is just the beginning. This is what I've been told to relay to you. Seriously? You've breathed new life into me, mate. I'm all aglow. The beginning of the end. This town is done for. Yet I will try to make it until the evening to have a word with a certain someone. Told to? By whom? We deal in death, Bachelor. We have our own sources. Some of them on the other side. I'll make sure to thank them, whoever they are, as soon as I get there. I found the infected people, but what does it matter? The stone yard is doomed. Was searching for the carrier even my true mission here? The town is doomed. My search was pointless. I'm standing my watch, Doctor, as per your instructions. My job is to educate the local populace on the required precaution measures in times of an outbreak. And my job is making sure you remember them well. I'm all ears. If the local populace keeps running in the street without a care in the world, educating them won't do much. Why does they act as though nothing happened? We're understaffed, we can't make them stay in, we can only educate them, although in my humble opinion, sir, it's all pointless now anyway. Walls won't protect anyone from the pest. Poisoned air doesn't care about walls, and rats are omnipresent too. Recite the instructions. Immunity is key. This is our main defense, our tough armor. As long as it's high, there is a chance to escape unscathed, but infection gnaws at it. When it becomes low, it's time to take immunity boosters. A-pills. Go on. The air itself is dangerous, or to be more precise, the black particles it's filled with. They are what wears out the immunity. However, if you're already infected, it stops being a hazard. When you're infected, you need to keep an eye on other things. Such as? The things that exasperate your condition, obviously, being touched by infected people, the mobile clots of airborne infection, the so-called plague breaths. The more infected you are, the faster you are dying. Indeed, one must keep a close eye on their infection level, the lower the better. Please try to hammer this thought into everyone's heads. The level of infection is decreased by antibiotics, but they're also harmful for your health. We forbid the populace from taking too much of them. That can lead to a fatal outcome. In any case, if the infection has already found its way into your body, antibiotics cannot erase it completely. Correction. There are problematic rumours circulating about some sorts of magical cures that can actually rid a person from the sandpest completely. I hope you root this hearsay out. As a matter of fact, if you insist, sir, we will quell these rumours. But they say it works, Doctor. Using step traditional practices, Burach has created a panacea, and children's powders work too. There have been cases of people getting miraculously cured. Everyone's chasing them for a reason. Well, I find this chase disruptive. This data is untested and unverified. It's no good giving people false hope. Go on. Children's powders. Are children considered luminaries of medicine now? If anyone needs to be firmly grounded, it's the children. What else? Immunity aside, thick clothing also protects from infection, which is why we wear these outfits that even cover our faces. I think that's all. No further credits for Marble Nest? Because I want to know who the voice actor is then. I don't know what they would be credited as. Narrator? Thoughts? Something else? No, that's not all. You forgot to mention that a person who wants to actually do something needs to stock on painkillers. Narrator or plague? It might be plague. Because the plague, if it is the plague in this is not the same as the plague in the main game. Morphine reduces pain, given the illusion of health restoration, even though it's temporary. Plague is also the voice for Reuben. Oh, and one more thing, sir. The Anti-Epidemic Committee at the Crucible keeps on working as far as I know, but we're receiving contradictory orders from them. Should we still follow them? What kinds of orders? Ahem. To breed cats, to make beds and bunks outside, to put small beds atop graves, to bury the dead in the most notable and visible places. Not an hour goes by without them issuing a new guideline. Have they gone insane? I'll check it out. The Crucible is off limits. The Ark is full. Those who have been taken on board by the judge will probably be saved. As for me, a mutt's death for a mutt. Dying in the street. Oh well, ain't worse than dying anywhere else. There are other places to seek. The cathedral, for example. Like anyone can find salvation in that place. Nothing is over yet. This is just the beginning. I've been told to relay that to everyone. Nothing to see here, Doctor. It's all over. A shame you weren't here earlier, but there's nothing to be done now. Damn.
Who's this?
What? Can I fucking help you? Can I help you? I've gambled my soul away. Now that's a stake. So who has it now? Oh, and where do they gamble for souls? I'd like to have a word with the owner of the establishment. So who has it now? They left their stupid theatre behind across the river and now idle away at the square in front of the bloody cathedral. I wonder how they got in there in the first place. But they won't accept your bet. To each their own, as the saying goes. Keep your chin up, my friend. You've been swindled. There's nothing more to it. It's not so easy to extract a person's soul. True, each to their own. There's something strange going on at the bridge square. Well, I need to go that way anyway. You don't have any dice. They're doing such a great job. Truly a phenomenal performance. Here comes Bachelor Dankovsky, the man who failed to defeat death. How do you know? We all know about you. We know what you did yesterday and what you were going to do tomorrow. Really? Well, what did I do yesterday? And what am I going to do tomorrow? If you're so smart, kindly tell me what I'm going to do now. What did I do yesterday? Yesterday, stuffed our houses chock full of refugees from across the river, forbidding them to go outside, robbed our wardrobe department and dressed your medical staff as mourners, judge the judge. You don't seem to hold my achievements in high regard. Everything will be decided this evening. Excellency, Excellency, a terrible appointment is in store for you, and you will not emerge from it victorious. Indeed, we do know the key to victory, but alas, it will be of no use to Bachelor Dankovsky. Why is that? Only a man with an open heart can overcome such an adversary. So if I had a softer heart, you'd teach me how to win this duel? Maybe, possibly, but it's useless to explain to a heartless man. Take heart, Excellency, if you ever find it, that is, and then come back to us, even though it all sounds like a rather implausible turn of events. An outbreak doesn't seem like a good time to become soft-hearted, but I'll keep your words in mind. Save your spare change, we don't need money. What do you need, then? Would you really like to help? We're lacking a number of crucial performers, but alas, you are already starring in a different play, Excellency, although in all honesty, you're far from brilliant. What if I were to switch troops completely and join yours full-time? How about that? The play I'm performing in is starting to wear old. We can't hire you, not until tomorrow anyway. Aside from that, we're at your service, Excellency. In that case, would you mind telling me what these tools of torture are for? The ones you're standing by? I very much doubt you have anything I might need. Seems like the opposite is correct. It is I who is fulfilling your incredibly odd wishes. These are merely reminders, anchors, to avoid laxity. We are actors, so we play, yet any play, performance, or game is a cage. Is that so? Why? Any play, performance, or game is a cage because it's played by the rules written by someone else. How can a heartless man escape such a cage? That is the question, and we are yet to find the answer. Who knows, perhaps you'll be of help in this matter. You've given me a curious idea, Mime. The tragedians believe that I have no heart. Well, what's to be done about that, then? We would kindly suggest that any unauthorized attendants move along, please. Sorry, but our workload is tremendous. Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. Who are you? We're here to replace the deceased, keeps tabs on the deceased, find accommodations for the deceased, take complaints from the deceased. If you'd like to file a complaint, please wait in line for your turn. I think I'm going insane. Like hell I'll wait in line. Thank heavens I'm still alive. I have no intention of dying. Every order and instruction of yours has been carried out with precision. We accept no complaints in regards to ourselves or our predecessors, not from you. If you feel dissatisfied with anything, you have no one to blame but yourself. Indeed. They're doing such a good job. Fucking excuse me, that actually made me jump. What? Oh, why? I'm assuming that's in Russian, it's not English. Either that or it's backwards. The house is whispering to me. Old man! Psst, hey, sir, let me in here, will ya? You're like the head guy here, right? It's just backwards? Fair enough. Old man, really? As a person way above your rank, I am to be addressed as Your Excellency. For a moment you were haunted. Also, this line right here, like, really, dude? Seriously? And who are you, lad? I'm Kookaroo. I'm local. Karnkine's best friend. You ask around, everyone knows me. And what you want, Kookaroo? Karnkine's best friend? Ugh, you urchins, I'm fed up with you. Roaming around like you've got nothing better to do, breaking the quarantine, spreading infection, maybe the first ones to die, I might add, and dragging your families along too. What, am I wrong? Alright. Look, old man, you're like... Ugh. Listen, that drugstore, they have medicine there, like powders, I mean. It's not like... it's not like everything got stolen, right? Something has to remain, but that twat of a soldier is a vigilant jerk, and I need powders. What for? If you're sick, you're not taking powders, you're coming with me. Well, what does it have to do with me? You tell the soldier he'll let you in. 'Tis not his interest to get on your bad side, and then you can, like, throw all that you find to me from the window. There's a broken window upstairs. We'll split the profit. I'll wait for you down here. You'll wait for me? Yeah, right. I require a more inventive scam to be fooled. I'll get the items I need without your help just fine. You drop these silly ideas right now and shoot. The last thing I want is to see you get yourself killed. I mean it, word. There's no other way to get anything from that drugstore. We can help each other. Come on, old man. Everyone knows me here. You just ask around. Kookaroo's a man of his word, they'll tell you. I'll wait by the window. I promise. Got a cig? Seriously? I don't smoke. Go home and leave me alone. We'll discuss your smoking habits if I find you waiting for me when I return. Let's try this great heist of yours. G'day, sir. They say your beakheads raided a den in the atrium last night. He's not that old. He's not even middle-aged. Found a huge bunch of them wicks, did they? Wicks? No. Those are not my beakheads, they're on their own. Orderlies, I'll ask them. Wicks? Them infected gits got themselves a pretty little nickname, they did. The ones that are burning and hiding away from the quarantine are wicks. Those who cover themselves in rags, the responsible ones, are mites, as in dynamite. So, did the beakheads really snatch themselves a bunch of wicks? I don't know, never heard a thing about a raid. And look at us here, guarding the drugstore, our bunch. The orders that not a thing is to be taken away from the store. Terrible danger. Who gave the order? I was told yesterday that General Block passed away. Indeed he has. The man's been bulletproof for so many years, but the plague finally got to him, bless his soul. Captain Longan is in charge now. He gave the order too. I see. What a pointless loss. Why? They brought your samples here, I believe. The plague vials? Bacteria samples? What in the world are you talking about? How moronic does one have to be to bring them here? Alright, I'll check. I'm just doing my duty, sir. If this is an inspection, I can let you in. We'll have to search you after, though. Sorry about that in advance. Safety measures and all. Nothing is to be taken from the store. Not a single item. I mean, personally, I respect you, but the orders were clear. No one wants to have their head court-martialed. Don't worry, I have your head covered. Also, why does everyone talk in this with, like, a slightly different, like, accent? Like, that's the way that it's written. No, that's not what I want. So, like, what am I doing? So Artemy Borak did manage to make a cure for the sand pest after all. Like, my question is, why do they all sound like they're from Northern England? I have this now. It's like they're all written in such a way that's like, okay, why are you like... What am I throwing? No, an executor cloak. I agree. Because they aren't really written that way in the main game. They aren't written with like specific accentuated accents. Writing words like yer or shortening like n. I don't remember what I picked up. That's slightly annoying. Did I pick up one morphine? Excuse me while I just chuck all this shit out the window. Like, unfortunately, I cannot remember, like, what I would pick up. I'm pretty sure I've gotten rid of, like, everything that I had on me. But I genuinely don't know. Sorry, Doctor, but I'm gonna have to search you. Nothing's to be carried out of the store. I warned you, so no hard feelings, eh? Go ahead, do your thing. I've always dreamt of being searched like a common thug. Oh, did I have, like, one more immunity booster on me? Okay, well, that's fine. Here, your share, fair and square. There was also a bottle of some sort. Panacerum. Got smashed. Damn you, do you have any idea what a panacea is? That bottle was worth more than your weight in diamonds. Oh no, you little lying rat. Give it here now. I'm not lying, I swear. Here are the pieces, look. Indeed. Well, perhaps there's more at the store. Go ahead, I'll wait. It was a serum that could cure the sand pest. Enough for several lives, perhaps. Unique, too. There's no one left to make more. I have a cloak now. I bet Dankovsky looks well smart running about with this cloak trailing behind him. Huh?
Night has come.
It's time for me to return home. I should contemplate today's events. Oh, I miss doing the step thing. Don't get all bossy on me, clever cloaks. Well, that's fun. Oh, it so is. Which version of it do you prefer, though? The English or the step version? Oh, 100%. Did you come to pay respects? Pay respects to whom? What's going on? Who are these people? You aren't a local, are you? No, I'm not. Daniil Dankovsky, a doctor from the capital, passed away in this house an hour ago. Would you like to come in to pay respects? Please, rituals are very important from the local crowd. Your local crowd needs to check their facts better. I am Daniil Dankovsky. I have, like, listened to an hour version of this before. It's 9:10. 9:10 in the evening, apparently. I didn't get to do the thing with the step people, but I'll go back to a different save and do that. You've almost come to, see? We've been here all along. What is this banging noise? I see, yes, you lot are way too sneaky, which is why I'll have to lock you in this room just to be safe. What is this banging noise? What noise? Are you okay? You lot shouldn't be here. Whatever, now let me through.
Don't spit into the wind. For your own sake. If nothing else.
$9 on a Saturday. So scary, but just keep yourself together, alright, Doc? The fight is not over, is it? Is it? Of course it isn't, don't worry. You can stay here for as long as you like. The world is your oyster. You can even live forever if you want. As for the banging and the other horrors, just forget them. Don't mind the horrors. Don't worry about them. Just forget about the horrors. How can anyone forget all this? Just keep it out of your head. Allow yourself to zone out, and morning will come once again. Once again, I will wake you up, sort of. Will help you too, like I always do. Everything will be fine, like it was before, eh? Sounds tempting, can't argue with that. How about shutting it for a second so as not to break my concentration? That would be of immense help. Come on, Dankovsky, be nice. Look, y'all, he's waking up. What if he attacks us? If we make him, I'd say we make a run for it. You're running nowhere, I'll make sure of that. You will be locked in and boarded shut for your own safety. I don't think you'd manage to eat two even if you tried, lad. I think we're boarded in. I want to know what the deal is with this. Think 'tis the time I began, eh, Doc? Began what? It's all over now. We're done. Who are you? Orderly number 12, arrived here at your behest, Doc. I was there by the fire. I see that you're clearly alive. Who cares what the legal papers say? It's not like I can read anyway. Why aren't you wearing a cloak? Well, what can one do? The bodies need to be moved around. That requires free hands. See, Doc? There were people came seeking your help. You weren't here. So, well, what can one do? Take the children to a spare room and board them off. Seal them shut so not a single infected soul could get in. Got it? Then move the bodies wherever they need moving, number 12. Be my guest. Certainly a look. So, Bachelor Dankovsky, the founder of the Thanatica, a lab where you've been fruitlessly trying to solve the problem of human mortality for too many years, the tragic sand plague fighter. Are you ready to die? Go on, I like how you're listing my achievements. More, please? Fucking Jesus. Enough. You've had enough time to put yourself and your actions in perspective. Your thoughts keep coming back to your very last day time and again, and if you were trying to fix something, but in reality you are lying here delirious, clinging to the naive hope that this terrible house is a product of your imagination, a prophetic nightmare. Are you trying to tell me that when the boy woke me up, you once again refused to die and plunged into a new loop of your deathbed or derangement? Everything but this house is a product of your imagination. Now you are finally coming to. There's only one step left to make you leave the illusion behind and embrace reality. I'm afraid I'll have to be insistent. So I repeat, are you ready to die? No, I refuse to. This is all a trick. So you refused to die. Are you sure you thought this through? Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm very fond of thinking. You can say it's more of a hobby of mine. Never miss an opportunity to think some more when the chance presents itself. Do that. Thinking is never inappropriate. The judge believes that the epidemic is a sort of exam, testing one's ability to become superhuman. Not superhuman, just human, if I may kindly correct you. If only you understood the immeasurable vastness of humanity, you would never want to become something else. Are you ready to die, Bachelor Dankovsky? I'm not Bachelor Dankovsky, you may take him. He was starting to wear on my nerves anyway. No, I like being Bachelor Dankovsky, and a prolonged agony is preferable to an inglorious end. You choose freedom. Congratulations. Give me your hand. Now the interesting part begins. It turned out to be true. The transition is real and the timeline continues. So does the entity I call myself. More emotion, less words. They are all obsolete. It's all different now. The transition is real. Dankovsky trans. Alright then. It's him. It's Transkovsky. I'm gonna go... I didn't go and see the, Hang on. Oh no, do I have to start again? Wait, hang on. Hang on. Hang on a sec. I want to load the state I have. I just... Yes, okay. Chill out. I'm gonna load this save. This is the save where I got the the hat. Healing herbs placed inside the beak overwhelm all other smells, protects against disease clouds. The mask of Mushabun, the wicked bird, part of the Reaper costume from the local theatre. It doesn't have eye holes. The mask is mounted above an actor's head, who peeks through a hole in the cloak. So I'm gonna run around wearing this and it will be great. I'm sure I look fantastic. Oh, you're here. I didn't even notice that you were there before. Alright. I want it. Yes, please. I want to see his outfit. Like... Oh, hey. Why are you here? Can you hear them? What? The voices? That must be in the mansion. No, nothing. Must have been leaves. Why did you come here? Your camp is in the steppe, behind the cathedral. I used to live in this house, you know. That's where I stayed when I came to your town a week ago. It's too sorrowful there. One of us is getting married. No time for joy. Isn't marriage a happy occasion? Not according to our traditions. It'd be curious to see your funeral then.
No.
Okay. Wait, I want my full outfit. I went the wrong way. Because, like, the thing is, like, it's one of those things... In Pathologic Classic, the character is just a pair of arms. Old man. Okay, it's like... You... What does it have to do with me? I'll get the items.
The noon has come. Stage. Setting has changed.
But yeah, like, in Classic, you are just a pair of arms walking about the place. You don't have a body. So if you wanted to make like a third person mod, then you would have to I'm not sure why I'm like collecting other stuff. It's not like I need it. If you wanted to make like a third person mod, you'd have to somehow, aside from the fact that the game is ridiculously hard to actually mod in the first place, because it's really hard to understand all of like the code and whatnot. You would have to there we go. You'd have to somehow get it so that the game is loading in a full model, and then also change the position of the camera. Which would be very hard to do. I got my cloak. Now I look all scary. Because Dankovsky's shorter than the orderlies, does that mean that, like, he's dragging the cloak across the ground? But theoretically for this game, because I don't know whether they would put the effort into like load the whole model, but I feel like you could make a third-person mod for this game better than you could do one for Pathologic Classic. It just depends how like the character is loaded in. Because the actor files are there. You would just need to fiddle about with them. Also, I swear the size of this text has changed for some reason. I don't know how, but it feels like it has. You are the doctor. We've been expecting you. My good people, who exactly are you planning to bury? I'd like to examine them first. And I doubt that's because I'm a brilliant conservationist. Let's just not waste any time. Lead the way. Is the dancing in my honor too? I can see that someone's dancing over there behind your back. No, first you will listen. My husband doesn't want you to treat him. He refuses to live. We need him to live until the evening if you will help. You will help. I can appreciate your husband's choice. Any sane person would prefer the noose to dealing with your step traditions. Alright, chill out. Until the evening, then let him die, right? Clearly you're quite fond of your dear husband. Yes. Alright, let's get to it. Where is he? I see. Clearly the stories of the steppe people not being susceptible to the sand plague turned out to be false. Alright, let's get to it. Where is he? Go to the yurt. You are the doctor. You will help. It's nice to have everything decided for you. Look, brethren, a snake man comes. Let us call him Moga. I'm quite content with my given name, thank you. Moga, lovely, very evocative. We're not allowed to talk today. There's a celebration. Well, congratulations, I guess. No place for you here. A wedding, not for you to watch. A local custom, huh? The creature is breathing heavily. This is way too close. The creature is breathing heavily. A deep and dirty wound is gaping across its belly. No one bothered to dress it. To operate on him, one would require clean bandages and painkillers, and you'll have to move fast. Try and operate without the items required, using makeshift bandages and hoping for the best. One of the steppe people offers you a crooked needle and something like a tourniquet, but they are barely sufficient. There is internal bleeding. The creature dies. Damn it to hell. I knew, didn't I? I'm sorry. An Odong is on the brink of death, but he can't be operated on, not without supplies. The steppe creature hasn't survived the operation. In any case, it wasn't plague. Well, no one will be saved now. Really? Why? Mother Bodo gives us no respite. The earth is calling. Such is our fate, then. From the soil we came, and to the soil we return. As for you, go. We need to prepare ourselves. I'm sorry. Well, let's try that again, shall we? Do I just not have stuff on me? No, I don't have any bandages. I have needles, but pretty much else. Well... let's have another go, shall we? When a person lives in one place for a long time, they imbue it with their soul. Even after they die, the particles remain, filling the place. It's good you lock down the houses of the deceased and forbid anyone from moving in there. Who told you that? I'm very much in favour of resettlement. As if there were tenants to move in. The tenant of the Stillwater died some time ago and was never infected, yet her mansion remains untouched. Thank you. When I walk by it, I sometimes hear her voice. That means that everything is alright. Never been better. Does the house mourn her passing? Perhaps it does. I'm assuming that for the Bachelor's run, they're still going to have it so that Eva will throw herself from the cathedral on day 9. Yeah, there is. I did look through it all. Because all of the items have slightly different descriptions as well. What does that to do with me? Look at the items. Like, there's so much stuff that I'm just like, oh, I want it to be here now so that I can, like, look at stuff and think, ooh, that's interesting. What does it mean? I really need to stop shuffling about my inventory while in, like, screens like that. It's midday.
The noon has come. Few are sitting on their hands.
Let's see, throw the bandages out. One tourniquet. Morphine. That. The cloak. Funsies. Is there anything else in here? No, not really. Okay. Well, that should be everything. So what, we go back to work? With that stinking plague defeated and all? Means I have to return to the factory, is that it? Isn't your factory across the river, in the very centre of the outbreak? You're right. So how do I get back to work then? Here's how. Go to the nearest soldier and explain you're a volunteer willing to fix barricades. Got it? Then off you are. Well, calamity's over, ain't it? Hence my questions and all. Bored without work? Go to the Crucible then. You'll find recruiters right outside, top of the stairs. Volunteer as an orderly. They'll give you the proper equipment. I'm impressed. I was expecting to see you here at all. Hey, will you take me in? How can he go bother Borak when Borak is dead? Or is it the case that, like, he's only, like, I don't know, has he only been told that Borak is dead, or is he actually dead? Questions to be answered. I'm going the wrong way. Because it was like when it's like, oh, Alexander Blocker's died, he died of the plague, but he didn't actually die. Oh, I went the wrong way. So, like, for Dankovsky, is it just based on, like, whatever limited information he gets given by whoever? Have you ever considered going to a fortune teller to learn your fate, maybe even see tomorrow? Palmistry, tarot, reading entrails? I don't appreciate obscurantism. No, never. Remember Macbeth? No, these kinds of people always try to astonish the audience by predicting their date of death, and in my case, they would be mistaken. Any help or advice would be appreciated now, even from that augur or a haruspex. A mime performance is being staged in front of the cathedral, a tragic one. The actors are, not unexpectedly, quite silent, but if you manage to get one to talk... A tragic performance that will predict my fate? Sounds reassuring. Tragic, huh? Indeed, it must be hard to watch the local attempts at drama without weeping. Don't worry, you'll like it. Like I would worry about some backwater theatre. I hope they return the money if the audience hasn't experienced catharsis. Oh yeah, something strange going on at Bridge Square. Can you hear them? What? The voices? Must be in the mansion. I used to live in this house, you know. That's where I stayed when I came to your town a week ago. At Eva Yarns, I know, and then she died. Do you know why? I do, because of me. Well, she didn't succumb to the sand pest. She committed suicide, jumped from atop your bloody cathedral. You're mistaken. Eva is alive. Let us run. I should have probably, like, saved in between this, but, you know, it's fine. I'm not going to be mean to these people. Alright, where is he? I know Don is on the brink of death, but he can't be operated on not without supplies. Like, I have a bandage. I have one whole bandage. Is that enough? Is one whole bandage enough? Oh, you have everything you need. Proceed with the operation. Not you. Who did this to you? The wound looks suspiciously self-inflicted. Mistake, this is most certainly me. Now please shut up and let me do my work. Not know the lines. Not know how to cut open. Go away, outsider. I'm not cutting you open, I'm stitching you closed, so please calm down. We can do without your moronic superstitions. Go away? Are you for real? Fine, I'm leaving. Do whatever you want. The one who did this for you definitely knew, though. An impressive wound. Was it one of your lot? Family business. Leave. Like hell I will. You dragged me here, so I'll see it through to the end. Leave. Let die. If I die, then no wedding. Few of us left. Here you go. Alright, all done. Perhaps you'll live now, big guy. Wedding? Not yours, obviously, so why should you worry? No, not mine. All done. No drinking until the evening. No touching stitches. No gratitude expected either. Enemy. Spoiled everything. Right, I've spoiled everything, of course. I'm touched. A patient's gratitude is the most rewarding thing a doctor can hear. The Hippocratic Oath was observed, but it wasn't plague. Oh, that's, something. Okay. The wedding went well. This is for you. No declining. Is that her heart? That girl's? The one who danced? Wrap it well, otherwise it would be uncomfortable for me to walk in public. No declining. She chose. Herself. She was betrothed to the earth. The wedding went well. Oh, I'm not declining. This is evidence. The soldiers will surely prefer me to offer some. You know what? I'm beginning to think the plague broke out here for a reason. I shouldn't have bothered fighting it. A lovely wedding. I have a heart now. A warm heart that went out to people, literally. Yeah, I already read this. Yeah. Yeah. That's, really something. Everything will be good now. We are grateful to you. How can anyone deal with your people and preserve their sanity? What happened? Never seen better. We fear neither pain nor death. One is immortal while the kin lives. You wouldn't understand. Yeah, it's Greek to me. If only it was so simple, but I doubt that millions of dying people would agree with you. I have this now. I fulfilled everything, I guess. We all know about you. What you did yesterday. Well, what am I going to do tomorrow? There won't be a tomorrow. Today is your last day, Excellency. Please make good use of it. The dolphy humour is what I love your troupe for. I've heard this one a ton times, and it never gets old. Everything will be decided this evening, Excellency. A terrible appointment is in store for you, and you will not emerge from it victorious. Indeed, we do know the key to victory, but alas, it will be of no use to Bachelor Dankovsky. Why is that? Only a man with an open heart can overcome such an adversary. I've already taken a heart, I mean, undoubtedly an open one. Oh, Excellency, what a sordid sight! Sorry for underestimating you. You definitely do have, how shall I put it, a creative touch. But this is pure madness. You can't take things so literally. It looked too fitting to be a coincidence. Come now, Excellency, come now. Do you think this is the sort of game? Even if it is most certainly it is not played by your rules. A game is a cage, and if you fail to break out of it, you lose. We know what we're talking about. This cage is called life. I'm in no hurry to break out of it. You promised to help me out with this evening's appointment. We just did. A very fitting coincidence indeed. Please be so kind as to explain clearer. Never agree to play a game if you don't understand its rules. The stakes are too high. If you already have, challenge and change those rules, Bachelor Dankovsky. Challenge and change. Thank you, I'll think it over.
They're being stared at.
Oh, okay. A terrible appointment awaits me in the evening, no matter what. One shouldn't play by the rules, not even the rules of this very game. I misinterpreted the tragedians. I have a heart now, perhaps the tragedians would like to have a look. They believe I have no heart. What did I get? Oh, they're on stilts? Okay, interesting. No, I'm taller now. I've gained a foot. It's been 3 days and we've yet to see a single sick person here in the stone yard. To think that the plague was spreading like wildfire before, yet somehow you managed to stop it. Incredible. There's nothing to be incredulous about. Diligent measures, infliction control, strict discipline, that's all it takes. Well... oh, and there are people here. Doctor, would you mind settling an argument of ours? You are, after all, an outsider in this town, with a clear head and a fresh outlook. We've been arguing over the reasons for the sand plague outbreak. You would, of course, agree that it happened in this particular town for a reason, wouldn't you? You look like you are on death's door. Indeed, I don't believe in random chance. As a matter of fact, this town is nothing but a machine produced to challenge the limits of human potential and our ideas of how people connect to each other. Our very relationship with nature for more than a century. The three families ruling us have been running such experiments on the local population. You found yourself in a utopia. Death is a limit unjustly imposed upon men. Humanity has long outgrown it. So what exactly were you arguing about? Don't you have better things to do? Your job is to keep tabs on everything alarming. Don't tell me nothing suspicious happened overnight. As for the relationship with nature, we are rebelling against it. No wonder it pushes back. The steppe people live as though they're in a primeval time reverse, like stone axes have yet to be invented, worshipping bulls, talking to herbs. They don't even have a real language. It's all bull this and gur that, and yet for some reason we allow them here. And what's wrong with that? There are many peoples on Earth untouched by civilization. They do have a language, and a rather beautiful one at that. What about the sacrifices? I'll have you know they still make those. It's simply wrong to entangle different ages within the same space is all. Their age is different. Our time is broken. It's crippled, Bachelor. They've come from the past, so release them. Let them return to the Earth they hold so dear. Let them leave. Oh yes, sacrifices. Please send a soldier squadron to the camp behind the cathedral. I want it burnt to ashes. Sacrifices. This is a nuptial ceremony of theirs, and they have a point. Is someone holding them there? Someone is. Our rulers. They have embedded the steppe people into this town, carved them into its warm flesh. This isn't a town, it's an honest-to-God minotaur, a chimera, and chimeras have remarkably short lifespans and bad health. Can you breed a snake and a crane? You can, yes, but the progeny won't live long. You have no idea how far into breeding can go. I know a thing or two about living organisms, so take my word for it. Dankovsky killed this fool. Just fucking just punch him. This is an impossible town, Bachelor. You just can't have your cake and eat it. Can't mix oil and water. Can't connect similarly charged magnet poles. Or rather you can, but only by force. And as soon as that force falters, it's all going to be shredded to pieces. We are abusing nature. You'll need a sociologist, not a medical scientist. I'm not sure if biological principles are applicable here. As for me, Doctor, I'd say it's simple. Men must not be remodelled or altered, even if they request it themselves. Pitied, yes, but not altered. What's wrong with men anyway? We have so little time on this earth that it's barely possible to scratch the surface of what we are, let alone explore humanity fully. Man is infinite. Exactly, we have too little time, which is exactly why we should fight death. Alright. To the contrary, man is far too finite. I don't know, I only feel that this is the root of the problem. It wasn't we who designed the Earth like the world like this. I believe in men, Doctor. In superhumans, I do not. This earthly life wouldn't fit them. Immortals have no place in the world of the living. This is just how it works. Take from it what you will. That's some fervour. I think it's all because of the polyhedron, that gravity-defying tower the children play in. To this day, I'm confused how it's supported. Balanced somehow? I'm not much of an engineer. They say your children founded a republic inside. Why do you hate your own youth so much? It's an impressive attempt to defy the law of gravity. History already knows an example of people trying to erect an impossible tower. It ended in tragedy. It's not history, it's myth. However, your edifice looks complete. Do you believe in God, Bachelor? What an unexpected twist of the conversation. Do you believe the epidemic to be a punishment from God? There's only one thing I'm certain of. If this was an ordinary common as Blackberry's town, there'd be no outbreak, or it'd have been something equally common and ordinary like cholera or pox. You may well be right. Scientifically, this is called the butterfly effect. We're at your service, Bachelor. We need to set up a spare hospital in any ordinary house. Arrange for beds and other necessary equipment to be delivered there. You know the drill. Really, Doctor? You must be overworked. What for? The stone yard is clear. We should know. In any case, it's not possible. All residential houses are overcrowded with healthy refugees from across the river. God damn you, how about the place I'm staying at then? It's otherwise vacant. Your word is your command. Good, as for you, stay here and stay alert. I'm gonna save real quick. Excuse me, I'm here to touch the clock and leave. We're at your service, Bachelor. Stay vigilant. All men want to do is touch clock and leave. It's true. Nothing to see here, it's all over. Shame you weren't here earlier, but there's nothing to be done now.
Did you wash your hands?
Huh?
Did you wash your hands?
Wash my hands?
Yeah, after you touched the clock, you probably got a bit of time on your hands. There's like 4 puns in that.
There is. Let me into the house. Got to Sticky first, because he's here.
And snails and puppy dog tails.
How's Blackie? He's fine, but his stepfather died. Were you the person who sent the orderly to his flat? Of course not. Speaking of orderlies, one of them reported you lot making yourself busy with something rather shady. I'm looking forward to hearing you explain yourselves. I have a very important thing to ask of you. Don't listen to Shrew, okay? And never ever give her nuts. It's all a trap, got it? Why? I thought rodents liked nuts. Right. What are you lot doing here? Sleepyhead over there is waiting for the departing to depart. Soon they will. It's a game of ours. The departing? You mean someone's dying inside? A couple of good masters used to live here, fine tuners. Sleepyhead wants them to advise him after they die. Nuts can preserve people after death, so Shrew wanted to scrounge them from Sleepyhead for you, but he won't give her any. I've been booped. Why does that last so long? It shouldn't last that long. But me? Look, just don't give nuts to Shrew, alright? Give them to me instead. I don't want you to die. You can keep living with us. Teach me, too. I want to be a doctor, you know. If you want to be a doctor, start by removing this ridiculous nonsense you seem to believe from your head. Here, will this kind of nut do? Trade with the child. Powder. Milk. Give me the schmauder powder. I mean, like, there's nothing else I necessarily need from him, but I do want that powder, though. A boy named Sticky implores me to not give nuts to a girl named Shrew, not under any circumstances. Sticky would even buy nuts from me, trading for useful items like bandages. I traded nuts to Sticky. Shrew's got the keys, not me. I don't need to go in there anyway. One can catch him from over here just fine. What's in there? 2 solid masters are dying in there right now, Siskin and Lotman. I already saw this. Let me check if I got everything right. What you're saying is there are 2 infected persons in that house, correct? Nah, they probably just cut themselves or something, but you won't go inside anyway, the house is locked. Well, how do I unlock it? You don't, and I wouldn't tell you if I knew anyway. You'll come back here with them beakheads dragging Siskin and Lotman to the mortuary and kick me out of it, right? So how am I going to collect them into nuts then? Nah, man, you're barking up the wrong tree if you think you can trick me like that. We'll find a way in without your help. Shrew would trade nuts for lockpicks, which are the only way to get inside the suspicious house. Behind the locked doors of one house in the Dust District, one can hear footsteps. Where the... She vanished.
My knee pits itch. Is that bad?
Just don't tell Shrew I warned you, right? We're good friends, actually. The only thing that made sense in your story was that you kids are all starved for nuts. As if you warned me of something important, I wouldn't be able to explain your babbling to anyone even if I wanted to. Where did she go? Is she standing outside the house now? Yeah, she's here now. So here's how it's gonna be with you, huh? Well, in that case, you're no friend of mine. What did I do to lose your favor? So when Sticky asks you for nuts, you're all too happy to run his errand and oblige her, and I'm second class? Do you even know why he doesn't want me to help you? Oh, I didn't realize you wanted help. In that case, please be so kind as to fetch a bucket of hot water from my place. Chop chop. No, I don't. Why? Because he doesn't want you to let you pass away like normal people do. Because you two are BFFs now or something. He wants to learn stuff from you, and so he clings to you, sticks to you, cures you, and generally plays doctor. Moron. You need to have a pillow stuffed over your face and your soul stuffed into a nut for safekeeping. Damn, okay. She wants to smother me and put my soul in a chestnut. How kind. What a kind child you are. Seems like it's you who's nuts. You clearly have a very kind and compassionate heart. I'll try to make do without the pillow though, alright? This is pointless. Look, everyone, here's what a person whose mind was erased by sickness looks like. You are delirious, Doctor. Raving. Do you understand? You're sick, got infected with the sand plague, and so you're hallucinating. It's midnight now, and we're at your place looking after you. Well, I'd say it's you who seems to be raving, girl, and that is a very suspicious symptom. You'll have to come with me. Pfft, yeah, right, go with you. Where to? The afterlife? No thank you. You'll have to manage on your own, and since you failed to bring me a nut, there won't be even a single shred of you staying here. Serves you right, too. You're no friend of mine now. Well, in that case, you're no friend of mine either.
Logical discrepancies in the world.
According to Shrew, I'm delirious. This is not a fight against the plague. The plague is only a facade. Who is my true foe? Local children gang up to gaslight a man more at 9. Yeah. It's not like I don't feel sorry for you. Perhaps I'll even deign to help you after all. But I'll never ask for your help again. No, sir. It's dangerous outside. You should all go home. Will you look at this guy, boys? Huh? He still thinks we're all standing somewhere outside. I have no intention to play games with you. Alright then, we'll go, and we won't have anyone to barter with anymore. I'll live. And she's gone. I will not be able to get into the house. Well, I can enter the house, I just can't unlock the door. Oh, the door's open. Oh no, this is the wrong door. This is a different door. It's very cursed. There's not much point in me taking stuff, but I'll have it anyway. Like, I guess I could go and find a lockpick, I suppose. There's not much else I can do, really. Either that or I wait around. What have you got to say? Kinder sir, fairy godfather. Can I call you godfather now? What are you talking about, old man? I'm young enough to be your son. Huh. Please don't. My relations to the local people are purely professional. But it makes sense. You took us in, sheltered us, ordered to bring the sick to your own house, to close the eyes of the dying with your own hand, to give them final solace with your own prayer. It's not my house, it's a temporary residence. As for the sick, I was driven by rational considerations. Simpler this way. I truly hope I won't have to close anyone's eyes, and that my own hand will offer the patients broth and oats. Thank you, thank you. They say that you don't have a heart, but I always knew that you do. If only you knew, old man. So if I go back to my house, what am I going to find there? I'm doing my best to hurry, Doctor Sir, I really am. Dismantling these bloody things takes time, but we're doing it. They truly are disturbing. Are you dismantling signal fires? Why the hell? Who gave the order? Well, it's not like anyone needs them anymore, sir, and it's getting colder by the day. October is at hand. Means houses need heating, and wood is scarce in these parts, what with us living amidst the steppe and all. Don't you worry, you'll get warm in the evening when all the dead bodies will pile up, requiring moving around. Bite your tongue, Doctor Sir. Pardon me, but we've had enough dead bodies already. Half the town is gone. That's it, no more suffering. Now is the time to live. Half the town, huh? According to my information, you're severely underestimating the extent of the catastrophe. If you want to live, you have to listen to me, and I'm telling you that you're loosening safety measures permanently. You are indeed a learned and venerable man, sir, not one to indulge in superstition, but wouldn't we be croaking disaster if we keep him? Dismantling the unnerving things would be best, but it'll be as you wish. Of course, I'm just following orders. I wish you would stop stepping out of line and prepare yourself for the worst. If no outbreak happens this evening, you'll light it up to celebrate. Do you have something more to say? The air is changing. Hear it. The smell is changing. Touch it. Something bad is brewing right here. Do you feel something odd? What is it? Are you by any chance out of it? Delirious, perhaps? I can't make out what you're saying. Look closely. Listen closely. Where are the flies flying? Where are the rats rattling? Where is new life germinating? Soon it begins. I hate fearmongers, you know. Orderly number 12 arrived here at your behest, Doc. I was there by the fire. I see that you clearly are alive. Who cares what the legal papers say? It's not like I can read anyway. This is the first time in my life that I can appreciate the usefulness of illiteracy. Why no cloak, though? Aren't you afraid of infection? I am, Doc, but I need my hands free. Whatever, it's too late now anyway. The kids are home. Not that that does anything for me. I want to know what's in this wardrobe. And why a silhouette of a Glire, I think, is on the back. It looks like a Glire. I can't leave this area, can I? So I guess if I go into the house and find the two infected people, then it's immediately like, oh, right, those two are there. It's like, oh, you can't. It skips time forward to 9 PM, and then the final sequence happens. Though. There doesn't seem to be much else for me to necessarily do today apart from go in that house. I just don't have any lockpicks. Please allow me to shake your hand. To what do I owe the pleasure? I was mistaken about you. You are the only brave person in this town. I'm flattered. A man-eater should never pretend to be a mouse. He should wield his blood-stained cleaver proudly. Issuing the order regarding the suspects in the cathedral was a straightforward and candid action. Hopefully you witnessed the display in person. What display? By the cathedral, you ought to have a look. I have no idea what you're talking about. Stop trying to wriggle your way out. There's nothing more nauseating than a person attempting to cast away their own vocation. A natural-born hangman makes for a lousy rope weaver. Just work with the material fate gives you. Go to hell. Alright. Yeah, I can't leave. Sad. I cannot leave this place. These two are still chilling here, having a good old fun time. They're so uncanny. Okay. They sure are giving a performance, alright. Time is slow in here. Time is all out of whack. Can't even touch... Oh, why are you here? Blessed is the dead who thinks he is alive. Why hurt their ideal? What would be too cruel? You are a wise man. That would be too cruel. You are a wise man, bachelor. If they want to live through this evil day again and again, who are we to rob them of their bliss? The chance to take non-existence for existence. Perhaps this place gives them more food for thought than the outside. I didn't come here to indulge in philosophizing, you buffoon. I just did what had to be done. Nothing up here, I assume. Mechanisms for the clock. Time is so wibbly. Can't enter Simon's house, can't enter Maria's house. There doesn't seem to be much else around. It's only 2:30. Well... This building is off limits, Doctor. I was ordered not to let anyone in. What was the precise wording of the order? No one is allowed inside. If someone somehow sneaks in, they are to stay in. If anyone doesn't comply, we are allowed to open fire. Whose brilliant idea was that? The order follows your own instructions, sir. That's what Captain Longin said. Doctor's orders, no exceptions. Full isolation. Some hothead sneaked in through the back door this morning and won't ever return. Whatever he may have stolen, he took to the grave. Indeed, the instructions were mine, meaning these orders do not apply to me. Let me in. I'm in the captain's bad books already, Doctor. One more slip-up and he'll do me in. Won't even waste time on a court-martial. The orders are strict and precise. If you want to try climbing up the window, go ahead. I'll look the other way. But don't ask me to break the chain of command directly. I won't. Sure, I don't want you to get into trouble. I'll try the other door. Inspecting the site, Doctor? There's no one here. One civilian got in and he stayed. He shouted and shouted and shouted, and then he didn't. What's in there? Must be something scary inside. Perhaps the tenants found it. Dunno. Hence me asking. Are you here to inspect the place? Indeed, I'm afraid I found the thing I was looking for. You need to look it in the eye, face to face. What? To dance with death, you need to face it. Death is a beast of prey. Never turn your back on it. I know that perfectly well. Listen, if you can hear it, that means it's close. That means you must muster up your courage and look it in the eye. Then it will freeze for a while, and you'll get a chance to move forward. You must be deranged with fear, kind sir. What in the world are you on about? Does this house have a second exit? Bravo, turns out defeating death is really simple. And here I was, wasting years on this challenge. Only brave children believe that the monster won't touch them if they hide under the pillow, but that won't save you. Do not deny the obvious. Do not turn your back on it. I never have. You don't understand. I was speaking literally, no metaphors. Face death. Don't turn your back to it. Find yourself. Waste no time. Indeed, I'm rather short on the latter. Okay, pleasant. Oh, this is one of these houses, isn't it? Horrifying, truly. Don't like it. They're alive. Stop it. Cease. No, that means stop. What kind of paint do they use? Horrifying paint. Haunted paint. The paint is haunted. See, I kind of want to know, like, what happens when, like, you let it just completely manifest, but also I am, like, horrified of what the consequence of that could be, so I'm just gonna not do it. I don't want to know what will happen. I don't want to think about it. I mean, nothing might happen, but I don't want to risk it. You stop it. They haunted the paint without you. Stop it. What did I say? The paint's being weird. House has bad vibes. Oh no, I need to go into the... wait. No, it's this one? No, was it downstairs? No, it's downstairs. He went and haunted the paint. Is there a key I need to find? Boy, he's very much not alive. You stop it. Stop. Ah, perfect. Oh, good. Why am I here now? Why is... okay. What's the deal? Why is this house normal now? Okay. Concerning. Not really sure what it means, but okay. I guess I dealt with that. Oh wait, do I have a... I do, I have a lockpick now. Like... I don't know, I don't really know what to make of that, to be honest. Now there's no sound. This lockpick's gonna break, damn it. Well... what else can I do? I started. Not really expecting to find much here, but... Well... We use the only lockpick we have. There is really nothing else that I can do. Is that a piece of grass from outside? Oh, this was, Blackie's house. Man's dead. Hmm. I guess there's not really much else I can do. I can't get into that house. Without a lockpick. And I don't think I can go into any of the other houses here. Can't even go to the food store. So what is there to do, really? Why didn't you take in the boy? He'll become an urchin now. Don't you realise what he'll turn into? What he'll be doing in a week's time? What boy? You examined the late Blacker, but you didn't bother with the fate of his stepson. I'll be thrilled if he's still alive to engage in petty thievery in a week's time. I'm a doctor, not a sister of mercy. Urchins and orphans are the local authorities' responsibility. He's probably smashed someone's window right now. Who will reimburse that damage? You? Please address your concerns about broken windows to the headquarters at the Crucible or the Judge personally. As for your stunning lack of consideration, do find a confessor. Everyone has so much to say. Well, they're all still standing here. You're out here holding a skull. What if I ran out into the steppe? What if I went floundering in the fields? I don't think I've ever actually been here before, even just in the base game. Nah, that was in Classic. They aren't in this one. There is no field of balls that I can go look at. Go, Dankovsky, be free. Escape into the steppe. I'm assuming there is a boundary to the world. I have time to kill. New ending, just go home. Just walk away. Oh. I have found the edge. Oh, I'm not even on the map anymore. I've gone. I've left. It's fine, I know where the town is at least. Can go a lot further into the steppe than I thought you would be able to. Well, there's the boundary again. Step simulator. I enjoy the idea that, like, you know, I've got these on, and I'm wearing the executor mask and the executor cloak. So, like, I'm just kind of role-playing as, like, a creepy steppe creature right now. Can you imagine if you saw, like, the silhouette of Dankovsky wearing, like, this outfit, just, you know, running at you? Yeah, bird simulator. Big bird simulator. I didn't look at the cloak, actually. Orderlies, the volunteer medical assistants, use these costumes borrowed from the local theatre as protective cloaks. This is the traditional costume of the Reaper, an allegory for death. Cothurni, the unusual footwear that elevates the wearer high above the ground, are popular with the local theatre. It's likely the orderlies owe their awe-inspiring height to them. Yes. This is the only truth. Dankovsky is wearing stilettos. Dankovsky is fashionable. Ah, see, I can't go across the bridge, but did they consider that I can run across the river? In these boots? No. This is a crime. I'm in a cage. Can I look at this tower? I'm not allowed to look at this tower.
Time to do the rounds.
Death reigns here. Dream mistresses sleep here. It must be very awkward running around in those, though. You would assume. What have you got to say? The Crucible is off limits. The Ark is full. Those who have been taken on board by the Judge will probably be saved. There are other places to seek shelter. Already had that dialogue. What you call a person who first announces that the epidemic is curbed and then immediately sets up hospital in their very house? I'd call such a person diligent and considerate. Brave. I'd call him human and thus capable of making mistakes. For example, just now we mistook you for a decent person. Farewell. Wow. And I'd call them a two-faced viper who fed people false hope. It's better to take hope away when catastrophe looms than to cling to illusions leading everyone to their graves. Is it, though? No, it is not. Whatever. Here it is, Doctor. Here it finally is. You were right all along. So here we are, standing our watch once again, awaiting your wise orders. Do I hear delight in your voice, orderly? No, we need to find a way to withstand the outbreak now. Perhaps someone will survive. Nothing is over yet. This is just the beginning. This is what I've been told to relay to you. The Stone Yard was the last clean district. Now everything is surely lost. But you are still alive. While there is life, there is hope. I've been told to relay that to you. Dumb sparrow. Latin is as lousy as curing despair as medicine is at curing death. And who is the smart aleck that is so eager to tell me how to live my life? We deal in death, Bachelor. We have our own sources, some of them on the other side. The town is doomed. My search was pointless. Yeah. There were some of the drugstore and in-person stocks too, if you managed to get one. As you were. What kind of orders? Breed cats. something strange was going on. Let's see if I can actually talk to any of the other ones. Also, interesting, I do not have any of my immunity decreased as long as I am wearing these outfits, though obviously the durability does decrease. Very effective way of curbing the infection. Oh no, it's the other one, not this one. Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. Every order and instruction of yours has been carried out with precision. The beds you have provided for the makeshift hospital are creaky. This will not do. I need to have a good night's sleep. What have you got to say? What's this? I believe it's wood. Not like anyone can tell now. What were you burning? I mean, it's best not to look, I guess. Wood, logs, per your orders. I ordered you to burn signal fires at suspicious locations. What happened here? Yes, fires, per your orders. You ordered for the fires to burn, didn't you? Here you go. This is it. No more fires from this point. Yeah. We're not gonna think about that. Oh dear. Dearie dear. Have you seen them? Rats everywhere. Thousands of rats. What does it mean? It can't be here already, can it? Calm down. It doesn't mean anything yet. Dare I even go over here? Well, it's still here at the very least. They have nothing else to say. I guess I'll go back to the house. Not much else to do, really. Why are you just wandering about here? What are you saying? The fires turned out to be handy, Doctor Sir. Your expectations came true. Truly, you have a brilliant mind. I've been asked to remind you of the appointment you have for today's evening. By God's mercy, perhaps it'll also go smoothly. Who are you? I'm just standing my watch. Come, little birds, and gather around the marble nest. I always hated marble. Time is coming to an end, but that's fine. We'll manage without it just fine. Clearly you have no appreciation of how the world works. All of you. An insane, disjointed town. What? It has all been in vain. The plague has gotten to us here. The Neck and Mallet districts are already poisoned. This is all your fault. I did everything I could. That was the carrier. Sure was. What makes you think so? Who did this? Ain't it obvious? A shame we got to him so late. What were you thinking, Doc? How'd you miss him? I can't believe it. Good riddance to the plague bearer. He did it. He brought the pest. There's no one else that could. Should burn their step den down too. Gather the good people at night. Light us some torches and burn it to hell and back. What? For real, shouldn't have let him in here in the first place. That was your doing. We know better. You deserve no better, worm lover. Well, all men are mortal. Oh, everything is terrible. Well, you're all here. Oh, hey. You having a good time looking out the window? Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, and you're here too.
I feel the mothballs rattling inside my heart.
You're too early. Not everyone's here yet. What are you doing here? What's that beast? How did it get here? What are you doing here? Tidying up? Preparing the house for your return. Well, I've returned. Here I am, so you are free to go. The main guest is yet to come. Don't shoo me away, bachelor. I'll help you entertain it. I'm not shooing anyone. The principles of hospitality are not to be disregarded. This place isn't mine. I'm just staying here temporarily. You can do whatever you want. There's a bull in the bedroom. Well, it's almost time, I guess, so I may as well wait. Do I need to leave?
Night has come.
It's time for me to return home. My presence is expected. What's going on? Who are these people? Looky, Ollie's waking up. I think we're boarded in.
Hover de hoy. Half a man, half a boy.
I think this time I began. It's all over, we're done.
Roots and blood. That is what fills our veins. Roots and blood.
Most importantly, don't be scared. Go in without fear. Concentrate on yourself. Am I dying? You need to push your limits. You are shackled now. Caged. Defy the laws of this cage. Easier said than done. Yeah, right. The body is a prison. Everything is but an illusion. Spare me the cliched preaching, will you? That's not what I meant, and in any case, don't you think that this idea of cliched precisely because so many people came to realize its truthfulness? You don't really have a choice. You have heard my words. Now you need to understand how they apply to you personally. You alone. Indeed, I'm alone. Are you ready to die? Bachelor Dankovsky is ready to die. Oh, you're a clever one. Heh, you definitely seem to have understood something. Was this why you sent me away to explore the town? I sent you nowhere. I came here to claim you, but I don't want you to do it unless you accept me. It's getting taller. Every time you meet the plague, it's just like a little bit taller. You hate death so much that you can prolong the agony for many days. Well, one of those two things is happening. Surviving purely on your own hatred. Aren't you tired of this yourself? If we're having this very personal conversation at all, please be so kind as to tell me, how many days exactly are we talking here? They shrank my boy. They put him in the dryer and he shrunk. Enough. You've had enough time to put yourself and your actions in perspective. Your thoughts keep coming back to your very last day time and again, and as if you were trying to fix something. But in reality, you are lying here, delirious, clinging to the naive hope that this terrible house is a product of this imagination, a prophetic nightmare. So the kids were right. Yes, the kids grew very fond of you. They keep vigil over your body, even fighting over the privilege of fetching water for you. The girl is the only one smart enough to realize that it's time your torture ended. But adults always underestimate children. They think they are more intelligent, and you are no exception. Keep vigil over my body? What do you mean? You once again refused to die and plunged into a new loop of your deathbed derangement. Everything but this house is a product of your imagination, but now you are finally coming to. There's only one step left to make you leave the illusion behind and embrace reality. I'm afraid I'll have to be insistent. So I repeat, are you ready to die? Give me a moment, I need to collect my thoughts. Do that. Thinking is never inappropriate. In the morning you told me that you're not unlike a law of nature, a rule, so to speak, of this world. Could you please remind me, though, which rules exactly we're playing by? Aspati, the stepwoman, claims that as long as we understand where death leads to, we keep on living. Sabaotun is so cute. We're so used to nurturing little children and cubs. She begged me to take it easy on you. Said you are like a baby who lacks the right words. Can you feel it at least? Do you know in what direction you want to live? Yes, I have an idea of what's beyond this place. It's undoubtedly more intriguing. I want to break out. I want to finish what I started. Your casuistry won't trick me. I will keep fighting death and we'll see it through. You chose freedom. Congratulations. Give me your hand. Now the interesting part begins. The transition is real. It's all different now. Well, I don't know if there's much more to do in this now. As far as I can... Alright, chill out. As far as I can tell, I think I've done everything I can with this. But it's interesting, though. It's only a snippet, but I'm intrigued by how the rest of everything is, how the rest of everything is going to go. It'll be interesting, to say the least. Plus, maybe it's closer than we think it is. We don't know how far off a full run is. And at some point, oh, I bet it's going to be absolutely exhausting. I'm sure it's going to be painful. Which means that the Changeling run is going to be even more painful. But... I love Pain. Yay! He really does just assume everything. He's so pretentious as a character. But, like, I want to look at all the things like the flavor text, all of the stuff to do with each character. That I don't know. I think most of the information that people have about stuff comes from the Pathologic Reddit, but I don't frequent Reddit, so I don't enjoy Reddit. It annoys me. I passively absorb information from everywhere else. Oh, God. Screw AIR, honestly. Like, just, we don't need it. Okay, here we go. Most recent updates. For stuff. Just looking through. Let me see. It's like, got like, because they've said, like, It's like, oh, how will the Bachelor differ from the Hammer specs? Because he's interested in how a person naturally ends and what can be done about it. Immortality and death are problems that primarily rely on how time works. The aging processes of the body are associated with its irreversible and irresistible flow. But time works way more complicated in the modern scientific picture of the world. Its foundations were laid by Einstein, Planck, and Meshnikov. They are the conditional contemporaries of Dankovsky, and he as an intellectual should know about their work. Therefore, Dankovsky should perceive time not mundanely but differently. Changing his concerns about the time, he would start to use it as a tool to understand not the physiological immortality of the cell, but the immortality of man as a thinking unit. There are precisely a number of philosophical questions that we want to focus on while working on the plot of The Bachelor. Firstly, that includes the dilemma of death and immortality. Secondly, it's about time and being lost in it, as well as managing time itself or changing its perception. That is what gameplay changes are connected with. We have to decide on what the hero can do in our world model, what he can influence, and what, on the contrary, is not so important for him. So, based on this, because it's like, things the game won't include. The open world. The original Pathologic, as well as the Haruspex, tries to imitate life itself. That was the natural and Philistine perception of reality. Time was passing linearly and unstoppably. The hero wanted to eat and sleep. It was obvious he couldn't be at several places at once. We wanted people to perceive the fantastic situation in the city of Gorhan as the most realistic one, so the game felt like everyday life. 20 years ago, such a task seemed really daring and important. The perception of the game was different from now. The process of interaction of person the game was different. Because of such an extensive complex of meanings of the open world phrase, it's better to clarify what we are really talking about. There will be no continuous streaming of the city. Now the hero arrives at the point needed, solves a problem there, and then moves to another destination in time and space. There also will be no more a number of artificial humans standing around the streets pretending they have some kind of business. It won't be possible to engage in combat with any passerby. There won't be any stats imitating physiology, but the system of markers to control time instead. I think that as an aspect is very interesting, which means that the Bachelor run is going to play completely differently. So incredibly differently to the Haruspex run. Because that implies that you will just kind of be taken and put on a day, and then something will have to be done that day in order to progress stuff to either a different day or another day, or whatever. I have a feeling that instead of progressing through like 12 days linearly, they're going to jump around between them, like what it had for this, where it's like you start technically at the end of day 10, and then go back to the beginning of it and try and solve the problem again, as it were. Haruspex' survival. The three heroes of Pathologic have different approaches in solving the problem of surviving. Actually, it's the problem of their limits, including mortality. Haruspex was rough and unconsciously solved it through love. Aw, cute. He was the down-to-earth hero, the man of family and responsibility. Haruspex had spread both his body and individuality to the boundaries of the whole city, which then became his new body, becoming a father to people who, strictly speaking, are not his children by blood. He restored the broken ties of the city's body. Moreover, the player literally realised this in the gameplay, watching the city from the everyday and physiological side. Bachelor is rational and solves this problem in the opposite way. He is an egoist, a man of his mind and an analyst. That's why he does not connect what has been dissembled, but on the contrary breaks the world into its component parts. He's a reductionist. He comes to the city to make sure that some individual, Homo sapiens, has learned to live forever. To understand this trick about the technique of achieving immortality, he needs to reconsider the main categories of the world. That includes the nature of time, space, and the causality. And Dankovsky too must go beyond his ego through the gameplay, dividing the unity of his life path into parallel mutually exclusive parts. The fight against the epidemic rests on the denial of reality. This epidemic, by the default, seems to be the only correct thing. It is as it is, you just have to understand its structure. The way of pragmatic fight against evil is possible only in this dimension. The story of The Bachelor is about the necessity of a new synthesis from the fragmented and rethought world. It's the only thing coming to my mind right now. It seems that nowadays, without a systemic habit of this process, it will not be possible to survive at all. So we can say that survival, as the genetic code of the game, has also been preserved, but only now it becomes real, not imagined. So I think what that is implying is that because The Bachelor is on a different path to Artemy, there is going to be a very different aspect of gameplay when it comes to him. Because of the fact that he is not... The Haruspex run very much relies on the idea of holism. You are looking at everything as one thing, but at the same time looking at everything and how it's connected to each other. You're not reducing them to their individual component parts, whereas that is what Dankovsky is doing. He is reducing everything to its individual pieces and dealing with each of them individually. So that will be a fundamental difference. The combat system and stray passers-by. The combat system has never been Pathologic's strong suit, alas. We never really wanted to make a complex, action-oriented gameplay. Players can kill 3D NPCs just to understand their vulnerability. I see the everyday physical world of The Bachelor as more conventional than in the plot of the Haruspex. The characters will not disappear from the streets, but for me it's much dearer to me when they just prop up poles or sit on benches. As soon as they begin to move, their artificially and limitations immediately appear. It was certainly about that back in 2002, I'm still certain about that now. Each time I yielded to insistence on doing active behaviour, and each time I regretted it. So I think there will be probably less combat with The Bachelor. It's not really needed for him, to be honest. Barter, robbery, and profiteering. It doesn't really suit The Bachelor. He is a famous person, distinguished guest and head of the Epidemic Control Headquarters. Due to the status he has in the city, he should not have problems with materials, even against the backdrop of general impoverishment and a shortage of basic necessities. This should not bother him. He has a different kind of deficit. I can still reassure those who'd like to save and suffer from a lack of values. There'll be a huge number of economic manipulations in the game. I really like to accumulate game values in a shortage and rejoice in successful acquisitions too. It's just now this economy will be about other values. Time, people, and facts. That will certainly be interesting. Yeah, like... The idea that, like, even someone like Dankovsky can come to town and he still has to, like, you know, dig through the trash and do all that kind of stuff, while it doesn't really necessarily make a lot of sense, like, I don't know, it adds a bit of character to him. But I understand why they wouldn't necessarily put it in this game as, or in his run as much, because it's not really needed for him. He has different resources that he can interact with and do stuff with. Yeah, it does make a lot more sense. Things the game will include. The game with a reticle and a plague clouds. I want to close the old Gestalt and finally do what is not possible either in 2005 or 2018. In the old Pathologic, the players, as it seems to be, did not physically feel the danger of infection. In fact, people in the game, as well as heroes, were infected according to their script, and the game just threw lots if they got infected or not. That's why the players did not quite feel that work with infection is work with the environment. I wanted to ensure that any interaction with any object entailed a risk of infection that could not be reduced in any way, but it turns out that the person played not with a sense of danger, but with the state of the scale. Now we are working how to fix this and create a sense of the constant pressure of risk in the air. It shouldn't be marked clearly like the subtitle, "You currently entered the infected area, fasten your seatbelts and eat a pill." Contagion particles will become smarter, playing a much more important role than in old pathological Haruspex. There will be more types of it, and more complex behaviour. Player will have to find it, figure it out, and interact with it. It will be like an endless waltz with the plague. This is what's going to be the core interaction with the space of the game. That I find fascinating. I want to know what they're going to do with that, because that will be so interesting to deal with. Because in the Haruspex run, it is quite like... It's not completely avoidable, but getting infected is interesting, but it's very like... It's very mundane. It's just another part of the gameplay, you know? It's just another thing that the player just kind of has to deal with and suffer alongside. But to make it for the Bachelor where it's like, well, there are new things that you have to deal with. The plague is evolving, it's changing, it's going to actively try and fucking murder you. It's interesting. I want this. New city districts conditions. Bachelor travels not only through the past and the future, but through the exact moments as well. He creates his own way, like a mosaic of dots of memories or assumptions, but due to the lack of a clear change in the stages of the state of the district, healthy, infected, boarded up, the city is now divided not as much into areas with quests, but into different states of air emptiness. Particles of the contagion will be everywhere, but its evolution will depend on time spent by the hero in specific coordinates of space-time. This exact find we've been testing is the last prototype, and it fulfilled all my expectations. Personally, now I have almost a tactile sensation of living disease. It feels alive, volatile, it breathes and moves. It becomes a more contemporary variation of old mumbo-jumbo with clouds. No. The plague's not infested, it's something completely different. Also, the Bachelor's route is not going to be chronological at all. Remember how in the classic Pathologic the pressure of uncontrolled time did not allow you to complete all the quests being a participant of all game situations? Bachelor won't have this opportunity too, but since he has confused time and he studies its fabric, sometimes the Bachelor will manage to manipulate it. Or maybe it's all just a memory and sense of reality confusion. Is the narrator even reliable? Anyway, players will be able to plan the time allotted to us until the physical death of the hero. They will come back to previous days to make up for the findings they didn't manage with the first attempt, but all deeds still have its cost. Like, they have so much planned for how this is going to be. I would also be I would also be interested in that. I think it would not make a lot of sense for the game to never touch upon it, because Dankovsky's a doctor. He has studied medicine. He does know about stuff like that. It would make sense for him to have an interest in it, you know? So about 24 new simpler characters will appear in the game. Bachelor will have an opportunity to hire them as volunteers so they can free him from his routine. Those volunteers will also save his precious time that he definitely doesn't have enough for the entire volume of the game. In fact, the Bachelor will have to divide and extend himself in order to cover at least some main facts with the game with the people's eyes and hands. Those findings will afterwards complete the hypotheses that excite him. Furthermore, in this game, some new locations will appear. One is extremely far from the city of Gorkon, and the other is extremely deep inside of it. That's gonna be interesting. New places. New places to go to, and based on the artwork that is on this website, it might potentially be the station. One of them, so maybe there will be other things that you can do. Like, there's so much cool stuff that, like, there's so many things. I'm so interested in what they're gonna do with it, and I cannot wait for like for more stuff to appear. It'd be so fascinating. Like, God, I want this now. But I know it is, but I don't know when it's gonna come. It doesn't say on the website where, like, when, like, they plan on ever releasing it. Saying, like, there were 25 people working on Haruspecs at the same time, apart from outsourcers. It's not gonna be Pathologic, it's gonna be part of the same game. I've said, like, Pathologic 2 is not a second game, it's a remake. It's not a sequel. Also, damn, 25 people working on the Haruspecs run, and that's excluding outsourcers? That's not a lot of people. Like, that's... for what the Haruspecs run is... That's, like, an amazing amount of work for 25 people to do. So, yeah, we don't really have, like... We don't really have, like, a date for when we'll ever get the Bachelor run. Like, I know they released, obviously, new stuff. Like, we now have a concept work of the Plague Finder, which I think is fascinating. It looks very interesting. And, like... you know, there was obviously the New Year's video that came out, which had its own, like, interesting aspects to it. But, like, who knows, like, when this will come out. But, you know, we've all been waiting for, like, a long time. We can wait a little bit longer, I think. With the little snippets of things that people get. We're all very much starved for content as it is. We're a niche little community with a big love for this, like, decade-old franchise. I mean, 2 decade-old. Oh, damn. 20 years. Oh, I don't like that. Many communal brain rot. We all suffer together, and that's what matters. We're all just suffering, and it's all a fun time. Because, like, Pathologic Classic, or the first Pathologic game, came out in, like, 2005, right? Yeah, 2005. God, it's gonna be... Oh, it's gonna turn 20 in 2 years. Damn. Does that make it retro? When does something become retro? When is something retro? An item becomes retro when it's at least 20 years old. Pathologic Classic will become retro in 2 years. You're gonna have to think about it soon. You're gonna have to face that. Because something becomes retro when it's at least 20 years old, but not yet 40 years old. I know, right? The passage of time is bad, and I think it should stop. Just don't think about when something would be considered like antique. Dankovsky said, yeah, exactly. He should say this. Ugh. Oh god, there's just so much stuff. But anyway, it's half 7. I've been going for almost 5 hours, and I think a good half an hour of that have just been me talking about Pathologic. Hot damn. Oh. But hopefully there's more that we can do. So I'm not sure if I will stream tomorrow, because my partner's due to go away Saturday and come back Wednesday next week. I'm not sure if I'll stream all next week. I might do. It'll be on. There'll be like a post on Tumblr with like my Twitch stream if I do. But if I do, it's probably gonna be more Pathologic Classic stuff, just like messing with the game's code, changing values, stuff like that. Because I'm still learning how to code, and I want to mod the game. I want to mod the game a bit more. So it'll just be a lot more chill stuff. Chill stuff like that. But I do need to also like make sure that I eat and sleep properly and don't stay up until like, I don't know, 5 a.m. doing whatever. I still need to build more of the town in Blender. That is something that I do need to finish doing. I have a lot of stuff that I want to do. It's just finding the time and being like, okay, this is the thing that I'm gonna do right now. This is the thing that I'm gonna focus on. But you know, I'm always happy to have people stop by and chat about stuff. Even if that's like all that we do, really. Plus, God, any help with anything to do with coding is always appreciated. I am not a coder. I am very much just winging everything constantly, and it's stressful as all hell. But if I do end up streaming, it will be roughly from the same time, which is about 3 p.m. GMT. I'm not sure what time that is in other time zones. But if you're in America, like, say what, 10 a.m. depending on where you live. 9 a.m. Central Time. I'm not sure. It's a time. It's a time. It's like 10 a.m. Eastern Time, yeah, because Eastern Time's about 5 hours behind me, I think. Central Time's about 6. It sure is time. I agree. Yeah, I might do a chill stream tomorrow. I might do some Blender stuff actually. So that's just gonna be a chill time. But I'm gonna end stream and upload this to YouTube, so that'll be fun. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by as I played through the Marble Nest. I appreciate it. I don't even think, was there a thing for like specifically the Marble Nest? There probably wasn't, but you know, nah. You also have a good rest of your day as well. I appreciate it. Everyone stay hydrated, and yeah, have a good evening. Bye everyone.